You know what? You know what? No, I'm not gonna have a long starting screen. I'm not gonna wait 10 whole minutes to start the stream. I'm gonna start it right now, and there's nothing that any of y'all fuckers can do about it. Hi everybody, hope everyone's having a fantastic morning, afternoon, or evening, anywhere. Welcome to the We Just Got Demonetized by YouTube, even though I'm not monetized by YouTube stream, because I've cursed in the first 10 minutes or whatever. Welcome. Welcome in Eternal Vibe, thank you for being first. Welcome in Necros, hi. Thank you for the care package, Azza, welcome. Oy. Praise be to the demonetized YouTube stream, even though I'm not even monetized on YouTube. Cause I just think like whenever somebody curses like right at the beginning of a YouTube video, I'm just like, oh yeah, they've been demonetized, because for some goddamn reason you can curse as long as it's like after the first like 10 minutes or something. I don't know, I more used to like the first minute. I've already like beaten that anyway. But yeah, welcome. So, the grind continues, you know? I don't have much to say about today. Like, today was pretty chill. I was doing a lot of play testing with Skyrim, and I had to throw all of my progress in the toilet because, oh boy. But I also went out and like I got some pictures of Offkai printed to put in my little scrapbook project. I'm gonna start that tomorrow. Yeah, oof. Yeah, it's a big oof. So, for those of you who don't know, I ran a little charity relay a couple weeks ago where one of the rewards, one of my like basic ass like low tier rewards, was unrecognizable Skyrim. And my plan is to play Skyrim, but with modded the hell and back so it's unrecognizable. However, I loaded in a bunch of mods, and one of them, I don't know how, because I like removed all the mods that could have caused this. But for some reason the horse was dying in the opening cutscene of Skyrim. So I don't know what happens. So I was like playtesting through things like taking some out, like re-putting it in, like testing a bunch of different like methods. Like no matter what I tried, the horse was just wanted to die. Yeah, the horse that was pulling the cart. So funny thing about Skyrim, that I learned while doing this is that, you know, if the horse dies in the opening cutscene and can't bring you to Helgen, then the game just doesn't start. Like, because at first I was like, the horse died, and I was like, oh, that's fine. Like, I bet there's, you know, I bet there's some kind of fail state that'll like teleport the cart over to where it needs to be when the time comes. But no, it doesn't have that. So what instead happens is that no world record. Yeah. What happens is that so like you have your opening dialogue, just like, oh, you're finally awake, tried to cross the border, right? So all that happens. Like we have the conversation, like the thief gets all scared, it's like, oh, where are they taking us? And then they just kind of sit in silence, and like the guard transporting us is still there, just like sitting in front, just like acting like he still has the horse running, and you just sit there. Like I was sitting there for a while, just like, oh yeah, I probably just need to wait until like the Helgen cutscenes like starts up. It'll probably like boot me over there. No. Apparently, that doesn't happen unless your cart has been physically transported there by a horse. So to this day, I mean, like right now, I don't even know what happened. So I just decided to, because right now I'm using the original version of Skyrim. There's like two versions of Skyrim that are on Steam. One of them's the like special edition, like the super fancy edition, and the other one is like the first edition, like the one that like originally came out. But the original version is the one with the Steam Workshop, so I'm using that because it's easy for me. Like it's easy for me to just like go into the Steam Workshop and pick out a mod, and then it's automatically applied to my game. So, and plus, like when I needed to remove the mods, all I had to do was unsubscribe from all the mods, and there's like a button for that. So, like, if I was manually putting in these fucking mods, I'd have to, like, go do a roundabout way of, like, removing everything. But for Steam, it's actually pretty easy. So that's why I'm using that version. There's, like, a couple mods I have to, like, get from Nexus, though. Because there's, like, a couple mods I was like, oh, yeah, I want that. But it's not in the Steam workshop. I have to, like, grab it for myself and just put it in. But yeah, I'll figure out... I'm just gonna, like, put it in mods, like, one at a time. I'll probably put myself on offline mode on Steam just so I don't annoy the hell out of my friends by, like, saying, like, oh, Nurse started Skyrim. Nurse started Skyrim again. Oh, look at that. Nurse starting Skyrim again. But I really need to, like, kind of put them in one at a time and test them out, except for the ones that I'm pretty sure have like no bearing on what it is. Like, there's some mods I was trying out that that specifically did listening to this pop-up tells a story. I know, like, before the relay, I was testing out mods for Lethal Company to, like, make sure they worked before I invited people in and, like, gave them the mod code. And like after a while, because I was like, there's, like, a few things that weren't working, so I was just like, okay, figure out which one's not working, opening up, closing it, opening up, closing it. Then, like, my partner, like, looks up from the crossroom and just like, hey, is your Lethal Company working? You've been having issues with it, haven't you? But there's going to be a lot of mods put into the Skyrim, so it's going to be a lot of notifications, like, way more than anyone would expect from, like, typical, like, story errors. But yeah, that's what I'm about to do now. But there's, like, there's some mods that I know will not kill the horse. That's the goal right now, is to figure out which mods will not kill the horse before you even start the fucking game. I know there's also some mods that, like, start you in different locations. Like, there's, like, a mod I was looking at that basically, instead of starting in the opening cutscene, you start in, like, what is it? It's like a randomized thing. There's, like, one mod, I think it's only for the special edition though, so I don't think I'd be able to use this, where, like, it has, like, entirely different alternate opening. And then there's another one that I looked at. I even tried it out for a second, where you just, like, show up in a random place on the map. Where I didn't really like that one though, just because I was trying it out and it was random every time, and I kept dying because they kept on teleporting me into, like, a dungeon area. So, like, I'd start the game and people would immediately be attacking me. So I don't think that'd work out too well for me. The alternate opening, if I can find a version for the regular edition, for the standard Skyrim, not the special edition, I might try that one out. But otherwise, I'm gonna try my best to make sure the horse doesn't die at hell again. It's gonna be hard though, apparently. Apparently that's difficult to do. Because I was at a point where, like, my only mods were, like, stuff that would not kill a horse, as in they're just, like, audio replacement mods, or, like, model replacement that doesn't include horse. Like, as in, like, everyone's fucking seen, like, the posh mud cry, but it was shit like that. Shit that wouldn't affect horse transportation to Helgen. And yet, goddamn Todd Howard finds a way. So I'm probably gonna experiment with that a little bit more later. Because I'm not planning on doing the Skyrim stream until next month, but I still want to have, like, the mods ready. That way I have, like, plenty of time to test it out, make sure nothing's going wrong. But yeah, anyway, so right now we're playing more Final Fantasy. Guess what? It's another nurse stream, playing more Final Fantasy. But actually, I have a goal for what I want to end up at the end of stream today. And if we get to that goal, then, you know, we'll almost be done. But, I've refreshed myself, I looked at the quest list again, and it basically, like, near the beginning of stream, we'll be having some dungeons and a trial But then after that, it's mainly just cutscenes and story. So I'm pretty sure that we have a chance at getting to the point I want to be at. And depending on how that is, we might have a finale this week. Let's get started though. Yep. So this is starting the level 88 quest line. Basically, my goal for today is getting through level 88 and through a chunk of 89. We will not be finishing at level 89 by the end of this, but let's go. So have you learned a lot more of the final days? Oh, I've learned so much, Tataru. Just so much. Then the journey was well worth the risk. No doubt your newfound knowledge will be a great boon to us all. Unfortunately, during your time on the First, events here have taken a turn for the worst. The Scions are running themselves ragged trying to contain the spread of blasphemies, but it's a losing battle. To try and ascertain the where and why of it, Alize and Alphino have been traveling all over. Of all the regions they visited, Locus Ammonius is the worst affected. Thancred, Estinian, and Graha took a detachment of allied soldiers there to offer aid and succor to those in need. But the province is vast. They only managed to visit a handful of coastal villages. It was an accomplishment worth celebrating, still, but a drop in the bucket at least. In the meantime, Y'shtola and Master Matoya have been making a concerted effort to establish contact with Hydaelyn in the Ethereal Sea, but to no avail. As for Tataru and I, we've been keeping a close eye on the Forum. From what we gather, they've been constructing a vessel to ferry people to the moon, an ambitious project that has likely been years, if not decades in the making. However, since we see no sign thus far, I suspect it's still incomplete. We also recall the proposal issued by Master Foshanat to the people of Radzat Han. Following their discussion, Vitra declared his support for the plan and urged those who wish to evacuate to accept the Forum's invitation. So far so good. That's where things get a little strange. Apparently, the Forum caught wind of the lunar teleporter in the Tower of Babel and decided to use it to deliver people to the moon instead of their mysterious ship. Therefore, to secure a safe passage to the Hanish refugees to the tower, Alphino, Alize, Estinian, and Graha traveled to Garlemald not too long ago. Trouble is, the capital is hardly the safest place to begin with, and now the final days have come to Garlemald. Shortly after our friends arrived, they were sent to rendezvous with Master Foshanat. Then panic broke out, and our communications were severed. From what fragments we were able to make out before the link shell went completely silent, we can only assume the phenomenon has spread to the capital. The others need you, Nur. Please, you must help them. Having you there will make all the difference, I'm sure of it. Camp Broken Glass is our first port of call, so you best start there. Hopefully Lucia will know where they are. There's no telling what you'll be walking into, so you best take every possible precaution. You know, I just came back from the past and immediately we're right back into it. No escaping the final days here. Alright, so Camp Broken Glass, I'm gonna use it. I'm like slowly like using the last remaining tickets I have. Because the Endwalker is filled with expensive teleportation. Well, the final days is here. All right, we are immediately in a solo thing. Let's go. Nur, and not a moment too soon. The skies over Garlemald are ablaze, but it's events on the ground that concern me. As you have heard, your fellow Scions arrived ahead of you. We cut the customary greetings short after we received word from our troops on the Magna Glacies that the Forum's airship had landed. It was then that the heavens began to burn. I dispatched your friends at once to ensure the refugees come to no harm. I would have you join them immediately. Additional support is en route, but we'll discuss them later. I trust you're ready to depart. I just got here. Anyway, upon departing for the Magna Glacies, several cutscenes will play in sequence. It is recommended you set aside sufficient time to view these scenes in their entirety. Alright, I will also be doing battle. Alright. Let's go. Earlier in the Magna Glacies, I forgot to post on Twitter, but I'm too lazy. This is the secret stream. Well.
No. 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 We were promised an escape. Not the same room we fled.
Oh well.
I shall not meet my final days here in this blasted waste. Calm yourselves. Your panic is our greatest enemy.
Oh yeah, Fashinat, tell them to stay calm when monsters are eating them.
We must build a line of defense. How?
Leave the fighting to us, Father. You must lead the people to safety.
Oh, big bad Fashinat over there can't even fucking fight. Bitch. Yeah, shit, who are we playing?
I can handle this pair. You?
Shall tend to the refugees. Let us be about it.
Wait, who are we fighting as?
As you wish, my little lord.
No, I don't want to fight as Alpha now. I don't want to fight as him. I don't want to be a healer. Take me away. Get me out of here. No!
I'll command the beast's attention. See to the wound. Help is at hand.
No time for yapping. Straight into Final Fantasy XIV. Yeah, I know, Arsenic. There's no time for yapping.
Leave it to me.
I was forced to play this game. You were forced? What do you mean forced? Also, welcome in, Jewel. How you doing? Hope everything has gone. Oh god, they're panicking. Oh no, they're panicking. Dice decided I'm playing Final Fantasy XIV. Oh my god!
Those who can stand, come with me.
I mean, Final Fantasy XIV is a great game. I'm replaying it after all. And I've already pre-ordered Dawn Trail. I gotta calm them.
Easy now. Deep breaths. You're safe now.
Plus, it has a free trial up to level 70 now. Am I done? I don't want to play as healer anymore.
Refugees, but for yourself.
You shut the fuck up, Falchinal. Little bitch. Bitch boy. Level 70, half dog, yeah. That's a free trial. Up to level 70. It includes the award-winning Heavensward expansion and Stormblood, period. still early game, a lot of early custom boring. I mean, it's very standard fare until you hit the expansions. Soaking it after Heaven's Ward. I mean, during Heaven's Ward. Once you get to Heaven's Ward, it's good. Alright, we did it. Thank God I can stop playing as this guy.
Help! Someone, please!
What?
No. Don't. I don't want to die.
Forward! Let not a single fiend escape! Wait, that's... Euless and the army. So, you've recovered then?
Such devastation.
In time enough to be of aid. For once. We can speak of it more later. For now, we must fight! To repay your salvation in kind, or with better!
I don't think you heard you. Yeah, Euless, speak up. Come on, Euless.
Of that I've no doubt.
Yeah, for me, when A Realm Reborn started getting really good after a certain point, I think it was after the Titan fight. If you know, you know.
Possible saviors, the Imperial Army.
Yeah, bitch.
Oh,
Hate you, Foshnal. It's a guild fight, never respect.
I had hoped to take all of them down at once.
Think a withdrawal might be in order?
Oh, sod that. You know who would never abandon these people to their fate? To be devoured by their former friends? That'd be beyond cruel. These beasts must fall here and now.
Well then, I'd say it's high time we threw caution to the winds.
So long as you spare me the heroic sacrifices. Now, let's go!
Oh wait, do I have to? No, I have to play Red Mage. Protagonists have logged off, everyone panic. Oh no! Where's the Warrior of Light? Alright, time to play as Alize.
Nothing to worry about. The air crackles with energy. Find cover!
They say, turnabout's fair play. On guard.
Yay! Am I done? Am I done? Can I play as myself now? I do think like the playing as the other scions is fun, but also like
There's not the barest trace of ether. Maybe there really is no way to bring them back.
I miss my gun. Oh, it's more like when you play as the scions, the classes are so watered down that even if you play as like them regularly, you have to like relearn everything because like all of the abilities are like, okay, this is ruined, but a little to the left. Like I have played a Red Mage a little bit on my main, and I do think Red Mage is really fun. But like the half of the time I was playing as allies, I was just like, okay, what does this all mean? Like what do I have to do? Oh yeah, those cast times are different, but they didn't tell me that. It's bad. It's all bad. But I do miss my gun too.
Thank you for saving our lives once again.
You're welcome.
I remember you from Purusha. You helped us there too, didn't you?
Ah, you're from Palaka's stand. I'm glad you're still in one piece. Or you will be, once I see to that injury of yours.
Look out!
Wait, who am I playing as now? Oh no. Oh, can I have my gun? Where's my gun?
Get out of here! Quickly! I won't lose them! Not a one! This will be a brighter future! I won't let a madman's apocalypse ruin everything we've fought to achieve!
Don't tell me I'm playing as Graha. No!
Get it together, Alize. You're embarrassing yourself. And in front of father, no less. You might never measure up to our champion. But we ask too much of her as it is. You mustn't let our sword in the darkness fight alone.
Oh wait, there I am. Hi, I'm coming with the gun. I'm doing my end walkies.
Oh,
Slow end walkie, just leisurely making my way over. Despite the fact that, like, you know, shit's kind of fucked right now. This is precisely why you should never skip your squat regimen.
I can look after myself, you know.
Everything's in order, I trust?
Yeah, it's an evil bird. That's what's causing us. Evil birds.
I've had enough of this rabble. Come on!
You're becoming battlefield fighters yourself.
Rio for the ages.
just the beginning.
Oh, hi, Alpha Noah and
I had a
Destinian.
feeling I'd find you here. This should be the last of the worst troublemakers. With me!
Oh, we did it. Just as I summoned the queen. Love the queen.
You must board without delay. The ship will depart ere long.
Your offer to host us in Sharlayan is most appreciated. But will the final days not soon fall upon it as well?
Your hesitation is not unwarranted. The satrap entrusted me with your lives, yet I have failed your comrades.
Yeah, you did.
Nor are you wrong to fear that this corruption will continue to spread. I cannot promise you complete safety, even in my homeland. What I can promise is that I will do all in my power to protect you.
Dude, that entire time, all you did was like yell out, "Oh man, guys, gotta stay calm." I'm just gonna stand around and shout in this battle, not even doing anything to help you. I'm just gonna be like, "Oh, stay calm. Remember, when the monster's eating you, just don't get upset about it." This guy stinks.
That power is not inconsiderable. Even now, my countrymen are preparing the vessel that will deliver us to a sanctuary on the moon. Join us on our journey there, and beyond, to new horizons. Come to old Charlian.
Oh yeah,
Please.
the fucking guy who can't even lift a finger to help people who are dying in front of him. I was like, oh yeah, come with me to the magical wonderland on the fucking moon. Believe me, I promise. Sounds kind of sus. I know.
You would be fools to refuse such a generous offer made in earnest.
Like if if I didn't know the moon base actually existed, I would be very, very sus right now. Unfortunately, he is telling the truth about the magical wonderland on the moon, but still, I wouldn't trust him.
It seems they've a new destination.
The people of Radzat-Han have known too much suffering. The march to Garlemald will only bring them more, short though it may be.
I think we have an Elzen friend who knows some bunnies. Yeah, I trust Urianger 10 times more than this fucker. Like, this guy is even more pathetic because, like, his kids, his, like, 12-year-old children are better at this than he is. Like, he's just letting his children fight for him. Like, I think they're, like, considered adults in Elzen years, but I still think they're, like, 12 years old to me. I know they're, like, world-weary and, like, technically adults, but no. This aged spaghetti of a man is pathetic.
I quite agree. Fortunately, they have you to look after them.
Fortunately, Alvaro, did you not see what he did?
Well,
I think that was like a little condescending. It was like, fortunately, they have you.
Just there!
Oh. What happened? Oh no. He started being a bad father. It's true.
More of them.
What the? Not you again. What the fuck? No, what the? Get out of here. No.
Xenos! Here!
What the fuck?
You'll be alright. Hurry to the airship.
No, I wouldn't want this guy as a father either. I think he'd be even worse than Fauchenal, which is hard to top, but I think Xenos could do it.
Why have you come?
A heretofore unseen beast. 'Twas ripe for the slaying.
Antivirus alert.
Ah!
Your
Rune!
PC is absolutely fucked.
Unfit to temper
Good
my
luck.
blade.
Rune, hello, welcome in everybody. Thank you for the raid. My name is Nur. I'm a computer virus VTuber. Currently, we are playing through Final Fantasy XIV Endwalker. We are in the level 88 quest line, so if you've not reached level 88 yet in Endwalker, please be aware you will be seeing some spoilers. And I don't want to be the reason why your experience in Endwalker was spoiled. Let me give you a quick shout out real quick. But I hope you had a good stream. You're playing Dot Hack GU. Yo, I've never played a Dot Hack game before. I really wanted to. Like when I was a kid, I wanted to get the games. My mom said no because she like looked at the covers and was just like, wait a minute, are we paying for an incomplete game? No, thank you. In this game, in this economy, you only buy games that are complete, young Missy, and I never got to experience any of them because of it. But hope your stream was well. You know he's a battle-driven boy. Who's Xenos? Xenos is a little bitch. But I hope your stream went well. If anyone needs to take a break, get some food, get some water, go ahead. We're gonna be here for a little bit longer. I mean, not a little bit longer. I have a goal and we're not close to it yet. But yeah, again, if you want to avoid any Endwalker spoilers, I do not hold it against you if you need to step out. I do not, like, I don't want to spoil anything for anybody. But anyway, thank you again. I will continue with the Xenos hate, as always, as is customary here.
Oh, for the love of... You cannot still be on about a rematch.
Not this guy again.
That is and has ever been my sole concern.
Hydrating food time for me. Good part of the story. Yeah, we're at a good part. I mean, we just left my favorite part of Endwalker, but it is still very good.
You, on the other hand, are fixated on a different quarry.
I like how Xenos, like, they keep on bringing Xenos back in after, because, you know, after the level 83 questline, he just kind of disappears because he's not, like, the sole focus of the story yet, at the time. But then, like, they keep on, like, bringing him in, just like, oh, you're distracted. You're distracted. Oh my god! Hi, Roland. Thank you so much for the Subway sub. Test of your reflex. Yo, get out of here. No, can somebody ban this man? Welcome in. Hope we're having a fantastic one. He went on a self journey. Like, his journey isn't even, like, his journey isn't even that good. His journey is just like him, like, fumbling around in the trees in the forest, just like rolling around in the snow, just like, ugh, the warrior blight. She's not focused on me. Little bitch boy, that's what he is. Like, man, fuck Xenos.
Your passion pales before mine, yet neither hate nor despair seems sufficient to recapture your misdirected bloodlust.
Oh, okay. Literally, just shows up, says like,
So
oh, you're not focused on me, and leaves.
Blade, and I wait.
Okay, see you never. Bye. Needs to see your determination, Virgil voice.
That's it. That's all you care about.
Oh yeah, lay into me, Euless. Do it, Euless. Kill this man.
Garlemald is in ruins. Our homeland, the nation you rule, is as good as gone.
Just swing by to say hi. Also to point out the beef with Xenos is a Lalafell who only goes halfway inside. Yeah, well, thank you for stopping in even to say hi. Hello. But yeah, I think like him having beef with the Lalafell is even more funny. Honestly, playing as a Lalafell is like the most hilarious thing you could ever do. Like, remember in Stormblood when Asahi, like, it was like gets down on his knees and threatens you or something, and like he's just beefing with a toddler.
Along with so many of its people, not just soldiers like us, not only those who fought and killed for power and duty, innocent civilians.
The Thornton scene with Lalafell is peak in Heavensward. You're beefing with a potato. Oh, little chicken suit makes her fun. Oh yeah, I've seen that scene of with Asahi with the Lalafell in the chicken suit. It's so fucking funny. It's peak Final Fantasy in my opinion. That's why I'm Lala. It makes all those cutscenes peaked. Oh my god, that is based choice, braver than any soldier.
Murdered by their own flesh and blood, lost and confused as they breathed their last. While we who survived with our lives and minds intact were left to freeze to death.
Yeah, Euless.
The
You tell him.
Eorzeans tell me all this was your doing. You slaughtered your countrymen. You did. For what?
For nothing in the end. So much wasted.
Anyway, have fun there, Dontrail. Yeah, Dontrail, hi. Yeah, thanks for stopping in, Roland. Yeah, I'm very excited for Dontrail. I just pre-ordered it like a couple days ago. Xena's about to be like, I want to see your bloodlust. Meanwhile, I'm like, we will fight after I have my juice box. I just want a little juice box. Wait, I'm waiting. What does this do?
For your own sake, Euless,
You don't want to be like this.
Someone finally pressed the button. I'm still working on it, but I thought it was funny just to have it up there with the black screen. The thing is, like, all the file types. Wow, what the fuck, Check? Check, what the fuck did you just... really? In front of my salad? Also, welcome in, Check. How you doing? Hope you're fantastic. I'm so sorry. I mean, at least this is at least Val's not here. You don't want to be like this. Oh, Azza, what the fuck? But Necros, what the fuck? What the fuck? Man. Okay, I need to explain myself first. Hi, Missy Ner. Oh my god, I miss you too, Check. When is Offkai again? We gotta do Offkai again. Hope Final Fantasy's going well. It is. I mean, we're making progress. What was I gonna say? Oh yeah. So the Markiplier meme. Like, for some reason, Trigger Fire, it doesn't support the file type that allows for transparent video. So I'm trying to figure out, like, what I want to do with it. Because, you know, I can't fucking use the file I prepared. So, I gotta figure it out. Well, like, if I have a transparent image or a transparent GIF, it works. But for some reason, transparent video, like, oh, can't have that. I don't know, that's like my one major complaint about it. I like it otherwise. Anyway, let's get this timer up. Okay, 10 whole minutes for this. All right, Capel, let's go. 1, 2, 3, let's go, Capel.
It will serve no one should it consume you and see you transformed.
I like how Xenos is just here for no fucking reason, Capel, other than him just being like, oh, the Warrior of Light, I exist still, Capel.
Would you be happier had I a good reason?
Yeah, Capel.
What?
Xenos, you actually never explained the whole dreaming thing, Capel. Like, you just dreamed randomly of the final days and just didn't explain anything, Kubo. Neither did Asahi, Kubo. I mean, not Asahi, Fandango, Kubo.
If my motives met with your approval, would you no longer resent the outcome? If so, then perhaps a beast's skin would suit you better. Duty, honor, morality. All constructs of convenience when put to proof. Surely the war taught you how easily power becomes the tool of the self-righteous.
What the fuck are you talking about, Xenos, Capel?
How the people's justice was merely a means to their ends? Yet you would ask me why. Ask any creature of this star and those above for answers, and they will tell you what suits their fancy. And they would be right to do so. What meaning there is to be found in the petty vicissitudes of your existence must be gleaned by you, and you alone.
Okay. I hate Xenos. I do not like him, Kupo, but honestly, he kind of has a point there, Kupo. You gotta find the meaning of your life only by you, Kupo. You can't really find it in other things, Kupo. You gotta figure that out yourself, Kupo. Otherwise, people will take advantage of you, Kupo. And that's no good, Kupo. Sonic says, if someone's trying to make the meaning of your existence based around them, that's no good, Kupo. Speaks of Snapple facts, he does, Kupo.
Should you seek it in battle in the fruitless pursuit of my demise, then come. Assume your rightful place as a notch on my blade.
I mean, yeah, but coming from Xenos, so then imagine it coming from Sonic, Kupo. Like, Sonic says, find the own meaning of your existence, Kubel. Nobody else can tell you otherwise, Kubel. And that's a Sonic fact, Kubel. Canonical, it is in Sonic X Shadow. Look it up now, Kubel.
You are a blight on the Garlean race, and there would be no more satisfying way to expunge it than by beating you to death. But I will not be party to another tragedy. I refuse to lose anyone else because of you. So go. Go! And may we never suffer your madness again!
Hey, bye Xenos, Kubel. Oh, never mind, Kubel. God damn it, Alice, why can't you just let him walk away, Kubel?
Perhaps you found meaning in living this way. I cannot deny you found strength. Yet if you only pursue your hedonistic pleasures and pay no heed to the plight of others, then no one will give you the time of day.
Oh, okay, Alice, Kubel.
You will never get what you want. Not even the battle you pine for so dearly. You'll be alone for an eternity, and you'll deserve every agonizing second of it.
Heck, Kubel. Hey, bye Xenos, Kubel. We'll never see him again, Kubel. I promise, Kubel. Oh, listen, we immediately get rid of Xenos, so I already hate Xenos. Now Fauchenal, the worst dad in the century, is coming over here, Kubel.
We're ready to depart. The refugee ships will be leaving shortly, but I've asked mine to remain for the time being. There's room enough for you to join me on it, if you wish.
Oh my god, is he finally learning, Kubel? How to be a good dad, Kubel, or a good person in general, Kubel?
Do contain your surprise. I needn't agree with the Scion's methods or intentions to acknowledge that their deeds are deserving of gratitude.
We appreciate the offer. But might I ask why you are delaying your departure? I presume it is not solely for our benefit.
I must visit Garlemald ere we return to Charlian. Having caused such an uproar, it is only meet that I explain myself to the Ilsabard contingent.
Allow us to accompany you then. We should be glad to facilitate, given our familiarity with all concerned. If you would like to join as well, Eulus, we can speak of recent events on the way.
He'll be after your seat on the forum next.
Estinian is a wingman for threats, Kubel. He's like, I know you wanna insult this guy. I'll do it for you, Kubel. Estinian's so good, Kubel. To see Xenos standing there, someone carrying an unrepentant Kubel. Gods, I don't know what came over me, Kubel. He's the friend in the group who has no filter, Kubel. Oh, he's like me, Kubel. I just blurted out the first thing that came to mind, Kubel. But looking back on it, I stand by those words, Kubel. I would say I hope they won't incite him to further villainy, but to be honest, I doubt he even remembers what I said, Kubel. Anyway, enough about all that, Cabell. It's good to see you again, Cabell.
No major injuries then. Good. I briefed the recovered soldiers and sent them on their way as quickly as I could, but nevertheless feared they would not make it in time.
The additional support was invaluable. Your men saved more than a few lives.
Azza, that mental image is so hilarious to me of just Xenos going grocery shopping, Cabell. Like, obviously, the man has to eat something, Cabell. Like, is he just, like, hunting for berries? Just getting some berries out in the wilderness, Cabell? Like, they're just delicately picking some berries off the leaves, Cabell. Going hunting, Kubo, but he can't use his fucking Reaper scythe, Kubo, because otherwise he'd just, like, completely tear the animal to shreds and ruin all the meat, Kubo. Getting some pine cones, Kubo, roasting them, Kubo. Like, getting some acorns, Kubo. What can you get in the snowy stuff? Doesn't a broccoli grow in the winter in snowy climates? Getting some broccoli, Kubo. There's like some broccoli farms in Garlemald, Kubo. He just like grabbing them from the earth, Kubo. He monologues at a Wendy's and buys wine at the Publix, Kubo. Raiding someone's wine cellar in a now desolate Garlemald, Kubo. Gordon Ramsay voicing Xenos while cooking, Kubo. No. No, that's so cursed, Kubo.
Though not all, I regret to say.
I take it that I'm addressing Lucia Junius. I'm the Forum's envoy, Fortuneau Leveilleur. And you are owed an explanation for these most dire developments.
10 minutes is up. I'm free. Haha. Huzzah.
Another trial wrought by the final days. I was beginning to suspect as much. You doubtless feel some consternation having been forced to abandon your original plan. But trust me when I say you were right to send the refugees elsewhere. Beasts have been sighted within the capital. Perhaps it was a stroke of grim fortune that the population was decimated beforehand, as they've yet to appear in any great number, but in time. In any case, Maxima leads the remainder of the contingent in an effort to cull the creatures and evacuate the populace as we speak. Once the airships have taken to the skies, I pray your men can be persuaded to join him.
You'll permit us to retain our weapons?
I wouldn't have sent you after the Scions were I expecting you to stab them in the back.
And I, for one, would not consider past transgressions more relevant than future contributions.
I do like Euless a lot.
Regardless of the circumstances that saw us at odds before, we need men of courage now, more than ever.
Music's so good. This is the song everyone likes too.
We swore to defend Garlemald, and so we shall.
It seems you have everything under control. You will excuse me then, for mine own duties await.
A moment, Master Fortuneau. You did desire to express your appreciation for services rendered, did you not?
I did. Though if you intend to again ask that Charlian alter its course, you will find my gratitude insufficient.
'Tis nothing so onerous. I wish to hear the details of this grand endeavor of yours.
Do you swear to listen and to learn, and not to embark upon some scheme to impede us?
I swear.
Any other I would doubt, but you I trust to keep your word. For not once have you broken it. Very well. I will request that the Forum make you privy to our plans. You may await our summons at the Baldessian Annex, assuming the decision is in your favor. Does that suffice?
It does. You have my thanks.
Excellent. You can regale us with tales of your most recent sojourn to the First while we wait.
Oh yeah, Moon. I mean, Moon's still haunted, but space haunted.
Did you hear something just now?
Is it space? That's what we learned. Oh fuck. Moon's really haunted now.
Where is this star's blasted pudding?
It's pudding way. Pudding way.
Dawn may banish even the darkest night, and to this bitter clime bring warmth and comfort.
Hi, Ariange. I missed you a lot.
'Tis heartening to see such an assembly upon my return. I thought often of you whilst I looked down upon our star's brilliance from the moon above.
Yes, but what are you doing here? And dressed like that? Aren't you cold?
Oh, button up, sweetie. Please.
Verily, I fear for my health should I proceed to expound upon our purpose ere I procure more suitable garments.
Ariange, come over here. I'll keep you warm. I'll keep you warm, King. Come here.
Then allow me to summarize. We're here because none of you lot are up there. Nor has anyone deigned to send word about any changes in the plans.
So, like, he's secretly a himbo. Like, he's very, very smart, but also, he's so dumb.
It's rude, is what it is. At least that's what I thought at first, but then folks got to wondering if you weren't in a spot of bother, so we decided to take matters into our own hands. Come down here and help, if our help be needed.
Like, I think if the Mandervilles were in the main story of Final Fantasy XIV, they would have fixed this problem immediately. Like, Godbert just strolls in, immediately knocks out Medion, just like, nah.
So she says, but it's also something of a convenient excuse to visit Aetheris. Oriange made it sound absolutely marvelous. More so before the impending doom, but still. And it's not like there will ever be a better time. What with the aforementioned doom?
Godbert would just punch the moon. I know, right? I mean, Godbert's, like, all of the Mandervilles are immune to despair because they don't even think about that.
Marvelous, they say, yet not an ounce of pudding to be found. I must suffer Ariange's inferior works no more.
Hey! Maybe consider the plight of present company before you go blathering on about pudding and doom? Ahem. As I was saying, Should you require any assistance with whatever, we are at your disposal. We were born from Hydaelyn's love for the lives of this star, so naturally we would much prefer to see them continue. Twiddling our thumbs up on the moon is hardly conducive to that, though, is it? Not when you've all got such precious thoughts and feelings and hopes for the future deserving of more active preservation. Speaking to Urianger made us realize that while we've carried out our duties to the letter, we've failed to fulfill them in spirit. From there, it was just a hop, skip, and a jump towards resolving to do better. So please, show us how. Help us help you.
Aww. I feel like Urianger just adopts the tiny creatures of every expansion now.
But are they...
Thy distant collaborators, indeed.
Hail, fellow! Well met! You'd be a member of the Forum, would you? It's an honor and a pleasure to meet you at last. I'm Livingway, Hydaelyn's right paw! That last bit is very important. As am I, if I may humbly say so myself.
I, bid you welcome to our star, Livingway. On behalf of the Forum, I thank you for traveling such a distance to meet us.
Like, fortunately, he's now entering his humbled arc. He's gonna get humbled this entire quest line.
As you have surmised, preparations for the Exodus have not proceeded as smoothly as we had hoped. I should be happy to personally escort you to our headquarters in Sharlayan, where you may advise us as you deem fit.
'Twas with reluctance that I set aside the great work of readying the moon for habitation. Be assured that I did so only after the Loperites made plain their earnest desire to come hither, and I myself felt a growing certainty that their contributions here would prove invaluable. 'Tis trite, perhaps, but I followed my heart.
Good to haveth you back.
For a time, at least. Nevertheless, 'twas worth the journey to find present company well. Wilt thou attend us at the Forum and lend thine own wisdom?
If that's all quite settled, can we start moving before Urianger catches his death? Even I'm freezing out here.
Yep, Functional, like, is just learning that, like, oh, these aren't, like, big, dignified scholars up there. Hydaelyn made rabbits. And also, there's a weird dog out there, and Hydaelyn made that weird dog.
Oh, I dare say you'll warm up quickly once you report the airship. Sat shoulder to shoulder with our fur-covered friends.
He's just like, oh no. Have we been working with tiny little cute bunny rabbits this entire time? And we have. I dare say Master Fortunate was as nonplussed as we are to learn the identity of Hydaelyn's lunar custodians. As he will soon discover, they have much and more to offer the Forum. Might I suggest we return to the Annex forthwith? We may have yet time to discuss thy recent adventures ere we are summoned to the Rostra. I love Urianger! I love him so much. Why do I have a quest up here? What is this quest about again? What's this for? Oh, my sightseeing log. I haven't had that this whole time. Shit. Whoopsies. Never did my sightseeing log. I mean, I'm already level 90. It doesn't matter anymore. Because I'm not aiming to, like, complete it. I don't need them for, like, housing stuff. Unless I do. I don't know. Basically, all the sightseeing log does is, like, unlock, gets you experience and gets you paintings. Which I haven't. I'm not, like... I don't know. Maybe if I like decide to actually decorate the house I own in this character, maybe it'll happen. Which since I don't think we'll get to Nier before I'm done with the main quest, so this is like that'll probably be a post Dawn Trail stream. So maybe I'll do housing to be a post Dawn Trail stream as well. Might as well, fuck it. Housing never does. I mean, Dawn Trail I think is like adding new slots. Somebody correct me if I'm wrong, but I heard at some point they were adding more slots for outside at least, which I'm very excited for. But it might be like something they're planning in the future. I'm not sure if it's Dawn Trail. I think like it's either they're planning for it in like the 7.x series, or they're planning for it for the expansion, where we're getting more housing, like furniture slots. Not that I'm complaining, Urianger, but I was expecting you to see you quite so soon. Nor I thee. In extolling the virtues of Atheris, I did inadvertently awaken in the Loperates a desire to avert our beloved star's demise. Kyle tells us we have obtained new knowledge that may aid us in our ongoing efforts. I've news to share regarding our study of the ethereal sea, but your findings are certain to be of greater interest, so I would hear them first. To what revelations did Heidelin's Elpis flower lead? Well, it's an evil bird. That's what I learned. I went to the past, found an evil bird. It made out with Emmett, really sloppy-like. And yeah, space is haunted. Then this dynamis is what drives the final days. If it and Akasha are the same, one and same, this all but proves Nidana's theory. Were an entity, through sheer force of emotion, to channel the vast dormant reservoir into a raging river, its power might surpass even that of Aether. Moon haunted, space haunted. Moon haunted, space haunted her. But if our star is so replete with Aether, said entity would need to be outside its influence to effectively manipulate the dynamis of the great expanse. Meteon. Or rather, the sorrow and suffering of fallen civilizations that she has been hoarding for millennia. Untold anguish and fear and hatred, drawn from every corner of the universe, all for a single purpose, the destruction of Atheris. Then her foe is no longer some unknowable calamity. It's a fucking bird! We have one aim, to defeat Meteon. You make it sound so simple, but you're not wrong. Vanquish Meteon and we deliver the world from the final days, but to even attempt it there are two conditions. First, we must determine her location. Before Meteon escaped, an enchantment was placed upon her by Vana, the woman who would become Heidelin. The implications of temporal magics are not entirely understood, and so we cannot assume that our Heidelin and the Vana you met in Elpis are one and the same. Nevertheless, due to her intrinsic qualities as an all-powerful being, I'd wager that Heidelin possesses the knowledge we seek. Hi, Empty! How you doing? Hope I've has one. Whether she would share that knowledge with us, however, remains to be seen. After all, she intends for us to flee Atheris, not to stay. Do you suppose she has abandoned her pursuit of Meteon? The Vana I know would never give up. That's my impression too. Otherwise she wouldn't have used me as a conduit of her will, or provided clues such as the Elpis flower. I believe she has been waiting for mankind's answer to Hermes' question. So what's the second condition? We must find a means to reach Meteon. Naturally, our chosen method will entirely depend on wheresoever she has made her rest. The communing with Heidelin must by necessity come first. Did you and Master Matoya have any luck in your investigation into the Ethereal Sea? Sadly not. Though we enlisted the help of Ehrenwald and other Echo-blessed allies, we couldn't detect so much as a whisper from Hydaelyn, even from within the Antitower. Master Matoya is of the opinion that in the years since abandoning it, the Forum has found some other method of receiving instructions from Hydaelyn. If so, it would most likely come in the form of apparatus for observing the Ethereal Sea, built closer to home. Sorry to interrupt, but we've received word from the Forum. Your presence is required in Neurostra, where they intend to discuss the Great Exodus. Then Father was able to persuade them. They're finally taking us seriously. Let's hear what they have to say. Alright, let's go see what they have to say. So we have our objective now. We gotta talk to Hydaelyn again. Wait, I can just teleport up there. What the fuck am I doing? What the fuck am I doing? That was so easy. Why was I trying to walk there? The Forum is in session, and as such, the rostra is close to visitors. A Scion of the Seventh Dawn? Very well, I may wait in the corridor. Of course, entry will only be permitted on the condition that you leave your armaments at the door. Lest you forget, the sacred institution holds rational discourse in the highest. The implements of war is expressly forbidden. Alright, let's go in.
There is a matter I wish to raise with you before we enter.
Okay.
We are here to listen and to learn. But if the Forum's plans are more or less what I expect, then I should like to make a proposal that will serve our ends. By your leave, of course.
We'll plunge your dad, okay?
I don't see why not. Your words and wits have gotten us this far.
Have they?
Agreed. I will present our queries so that you may consider the most advantageous way to advance your proposal without distraction.
Thank you, everyone.
If I may have your attention, the ad hoc session will now commence. The purpose of today's assembly is to brief the Scions of the Seventh Dawn, at their request, on the Great Exodus. You may enter. On behalf of the Forum, I commend your heroic actions on the Magna Glacies. We shall not soon forget your service to us and the people of Radzat-Han. The Satrap, whom we have informed of the refugees' new arrangements, sings your praises as well. As an expression of our gratitude, we will endeavor to answer your questions as fully and openly as we are able.
Then let us begin. First, it is the Forum's objective to ferry the life and knowledge of this star to the moon. Am I correct?
You are. It is for this purpose that Sharlayan has labored these many long years. We have collected biological samples and scientific records from across the star. When the time comes, they will be moved from their places in Labyrinthos and Numenor and conveyed to safety. Once that critical task has been accomplished, we will begin transporting the Sharlayan citizenry, which has been categorized into groups. The earliest arrivals are to ensure hospitable environs for those who come after. Following our people, we will send those of other nations in turn, beginning with our allies. Radzat Han was foremost among these. But since the final days have already come to Thavnair, we saw fit to include the refugees with earlier groupings.
Have a good lurk and have a good bacon cookies. Cooklies.
An ambitious plan. You have accounted for the safety of all nations and tribes, then?
As many as we can.
And how, pray tell, do you decide who to leave behind?
To journey beyond the sky is an unprecedented and immeasurably difficult endeavor. Introducing sources of inevitable conflict would condemn all to certain death.
Questions as to the validity of that approach aside, are your plans proceeding apace? We're under the impression that your primary means of celestial transportation is incomplete.
If only in that it does not meet our optimal parameters, that is correct. This arc, as some have taken to calling it, is fully operational and could be launched even today. However, the final days have progressed more quickly than we anticipated. At present, the ship is incapable of attaining speeds sufficient to meet our evacuation targets. Should we put the vessel into service, as it is now, we will be unable to travel to the moon and back quickly enough to complete the necessary number of trips. Precious lives and knowledge will be lost.
Seven hells. Is there anything to be done?
The ether burner, the primary means of propulsion once the craft is in the space between stars, is undergoing testing to determine whether it can be made more efficient. Though cargo is being loaded for the initial phase of the Exodus, we are prepared to continue our experimentation up to the day before launch, should it prove necessary.
What if the Scions were to solve your problem? We shall help devise a means to improve the ether burner's efficiency, on 2 conditions. If we succeed, you must allow us to meet with Hydaelyn.
"'Twas simple enough to deduce. You have a Concord, and so you would never have abandoned the Anti-Tower had you no other means of communication. One far more convenient, I suspect.
The second condition, also to be met upon our success, is that we be permitted to propose another use for your Ark.
We would be at liberty to refuse this proposal.
Of course. If we cannot prove its merit to the 99 here, who are we to stake on it the lives of all peoples of this star?
Delightful as always, Master Alfino. Oh, we couldn't have asked for a finer plan. Allow us to solve this complex engineering problem of which we were entirely unaware until moments ago. What could possibly go wrong?
the satire writes itself. Yet, what field has not benefited from a change in perspective? When we are at wit's end, what we need is not the same dry theories recited ad nauseam, but fresh inspiration. I, for one, have faith in my erstwhile students to provide it, and I find their terms to be perfectly acceptable.
Order! Order! We have no time to waste on debate. I call a vote. All in favor of agreeing to the Scion's terms? "71 in favor, 28 against. The ayes have it. Fortuneau, as the architect of this project, you are the best candidate to show them its current state. And bear in mind that regardless of your personal misgivings, this is the will of the Forum."
How did he count so quickly? I'm kind of impressed by this guy.
Very well.
Like, I'd be sitting there for like hours, just like, okay, 1, 2, oh fuck, I miscounted. Oh, 1, 2.
I call this session to a close. Return to your tasks with urgency. The final days wait for none.
Sorry about not letting the rest of you in on my plan. I was admittedly thinking on my feet for the most part. But since we require both a means of communicating with Hydaelyn and reaching Medion, in the spur of a moment, I saw involving ourselves with the completion of the Ark as a way to work towards our both objectives simultaneously. However, we must keep our end of the bargain by solving the problem with the Aether Burner. I'd like to think this is not a challenge beyond our combined expertise, or at least the expertise of our extended circle of associates. It might behoove us to learn how an Aether Burner actually works before we might attempt to improve it, though. As instructed, I shall take you to see the Aether Burner. Meet me outside the Archeon. I trust you can make your own way there. Okay, bad dad. So the Ark is being built in Labyrinthos. Hardly surprising. Where else could they conceal such a massive undertaking? Okay, back into Labyrinthos we go. Our destination lies in the lower levels. The Forum, in its wisdom, has granted you access to the Archeon's lift. Step inside and have Opheline take you to the medical circuit. Medial circuit, not a medical. We're not doing medicine, we're doing space travel. Very important distinction. Okay, so let's go. I've sent your associates ahead to Logiston Alpha, on the other side of the Miral Ergonomics. Actually, there's something I've been meaning to... No, never mind. Tell me, coward! It can wait. Let us attend to the matter at hand. Little bitch boy won't even ask me a simple goddamn question. Ugh. Oh wait, I wanna get a... basically, we just have to walk around. Labyrinthos is another area I haven't really bothered doing any Aether Current stuff with, because Labyrinthos is really annoying to traverse. So like, it's a pain. I don't like doing it. Like, it's so circular that like, it says west, but I have to like go all the way down here, and I didn't have access to it, so it's like, ooh, bad all around. I think I like did some quests in my like between stream housekeeping, but I'm probably not gonna bother. Because again, hopefully when we're done here. Oh my god, Deadza, welcome in! Hope we're having a fantastic one. Welcome in, welcome in. Hello! I'm playing Final Fantasy. But yeah, I'm thinking that, I won't even bother with Labyrinthos, just because, like, hopefully once we're done with the stream, I won't have to deal with Labyrinthos anymore. Wink, wink, nudge, nudge. That'd be nice. And also, hopefully I'll be almost done with this. I've been playing Final Fantasy for so long, I want to play another game. Like, I love this, I'm proud of myself for getting this far, but goddamn. Is this voiced? We are to wait here until... We are to wait here while our father arranges for us to use the next lift. How would do, Neuro? I'm doing good. Just getting some more Final Fantasy XIV grind in. For context, I've been trying to replay the entirety of this main story leading up to Dawn Trail, which comes out in... How many weeks do I have now? Just over 2 weeks. I've been working on this playthrough for over a year now? 2.5? Yeah, 2.5 weeks. I've been working on this since February 2023. So I'm kind of scrambling to finish this. Here being the Logisticon Alpha, where the atmospheric conditions of Labyrinthos are registered. Water is drawn from the underground and dispersed as vapor, simulating the formation of artificial clouds and rain. By manipulating the temperature and air circulation, they are able to create the ideal environment for the growth and preservation of the biological samples kept there. Hold on, how do you know so much about it? My father brought me here as a child. What? And left me behind? Actually, you're the one who left me behind when you went off somewhere with grandfather. The night before, I'd been asking father how clouds are made, so he decided to show me. It was fascinating. I peppered him with questions the entire time. It's all too easy to take for granted the many interweaving aspects of the natural world, to grow inured with the wondrous. But having gained an understanding of the complex mechanisms employed by the Loporrits in recreating a similar environment, I have come to view such processes in a new light. The subterranean gardens of Labyrinthos, the lunar prison forged to contain the ancient Zodiarch, and the habitations built for all mankind beneath the moon's surface, each unique yet undeniably similar. 'Tis no mere coincidence. Oh, the worst dad of the world coming in. Why'd the music cut? Ever since Heidelin unfolded to us the grim fate that awaits Atheris, every essential resource that we could spare has been delivered to Labyrinthos in preparation for the great exodus. But that's not all! It's also a testing ground for the technologies that will allow us to settle the distant stars. Though the Loporrits have endeavored to make the moon inhabitable, that is not our final destination. Mankind must learn to propagate life where there is none, to thrive where all is barren. Alas, time is not on our side. I have arranged for you all to enter the central circuit. That is the most of the preparations for the great exodus are all carried out. The construction of the Ark among us. Though our plans have not been made public, access remains highly restricted. You, however, will not be subject to said restrictions, and will have free reign to come and go as you please. Such is the will of the Forum, after all. We will prove ourselves worthy of their trust. Your trust. Yeah, kick his ass, Alphanel, with the words. Do it. Then let us proceed. Someone please remind me if you know this off the top of your head. Is the next two... Actually, I can look this up. I have like a list just like on hand. Let me check this. Okay, level 88 quests. Oh, okay, so it's level 89. So, I'm just checking whether the next trial is a level 88 or a level 89. It's level 89. Okay, cool. For some reason, I thought it was like early level 88. It was like, shit, like, why is it taking so long? By the decree of the Forum, the Scions of the Seventh Dawn are permitted to enter the Central Circuit. Okay. The Aether Burner is being constructed not far from here. Overseeing the work is Kokol Donkol, after whom the forge is named. Once the necessary instructions have been made, I shall leave you with him to discuss the particulars. This way. 89 but trustable, which is nice. Yeah! Yeah, both the next Dungo and Trial combined. Which is very, very nice. I'm gonna get that teleport first. Can I get there? Wait, can I even get there? I can. Okay, cool. I'm just grabbing this teleport because I know I'm gonna need it later and I don't want to forget about it because I will. I know myself. I've done it before. There we go. And I think on the other side, I also need to grab at some point, but not right now. Okay, let's grab this and then we'll head over to the quest point. Which, by the way, I have thoughts about how the last stream's gonna go. So basically what I really want to do, for those of you who have played through all of Endwalker, which I hope the people in here have already played through all of it, because oh boy, you're getting spoiled to hell and back right now. But for the last trial of 6.0, I want to do a minimum eye level run of it. But the problem is, it might take even longer than it normally would because in order to set up a minimum eye level party, I have to like basically do some like special things with it. So I can't just go into queue. So I have an idea. I might have a friend. I'm not sure who. I need to like figure out who would be available and who would be like available to like kind of sit there and wait. But I'm gonna get a friend who is able and willing to like basically sit around and wait for me to get to the trial. Basically once I get to the end of the final duty, to the final Dungo, then they'll start like recruiting people to do the minimum eye level for it. So that's currently the plan. I have somebody in mind I might ask, but they might not be available. But that's gonna be the plan. And anybody who wants to be part of that, you just let me know, and I can tell them like, hey, if this person joins the party, because it might have to be like a cross-world party or something. If this person joins, don't kick them. Yeah. I want it to be a big thing.
I could swap them out. No, been there, done that. Damn near lost my eyebrows.
Think, Coco, think!
we'd be well on our way to paradise. Visionaries patting themselves on the backs for their grand accomplishments if you'd only think.
Yes, that does sound rather lovely.
As almost really like, yeah, thank you, Azza. I'll definitely talk to you if I end up needing your help with that.
Already, are we?
The schedule remains unchanged, for better or worse. Which is why the Forum has elected to accept assistance in resolving the ether burner conundrum.
Not seen you lot down here before.
There are Archons among their number, but engineering is not their expertise. Nevertheless, the Forum concedes the slim possibility that they may have insights to offer. If not, you are at liberty to return them to the surface, by whatever means you see fit.
I assure you that won't be necessary. Now, about your troubles with the ether burner.
Aye, aye, I'll walk you through it. Suppose I could do with a change of pace. As the name ought to tell you, the ether burner burns ether, ambient or otherwise, and transforms it into motive force. Think of it like a giant bomb that never stops exploding.
I love explosions.
Even out in that black void where the ether's right sparse, it's strong enough to move our arc. And it probably won't kill you like an actual bomb. But it ain't perfect. According to my calculations, to travel to the moon and back fast enough for the Forum's liking, the conversion rate needs to be 6% more efficient. A measly 6%, you say? But if I could have squeezed even another 0.6 out of it, don't you think I'd have built it that way in the first place?
Hast thou consulted with the Loperites?
Yes, they too are conducting their own research, for lack of a ready answer. The moon's propulsion systems are considerable, naturally, yet they are commensurately massive. It is no easy feat to convert their technology into an efficient means of propulsion for a teeny tiny toy boat, as they say, and as I most certainly do not.
Yeah, I forgot they called it the teeny tiny toy boat.
Yes, exactly! Damn it all, I asked for refined adamantite and they send me uppity rabbits with inscrutable, ancient, incompatible technology! You're trying to drive me mad!
Do you speak of Allegan refined adamantite, perchance?
You know of it?
Only in the most general terms, I'm afraid. 'Twas an alloy of Allegan make, but the secrets of its production were closely guarded. As I recall, the record stated it was vital to Dalamud's construction and launch.
Aye, that's the stuff. No material more conductive far as I know. Slotting some ends like blowing up a dam and watching the river of ether come rushing through. Ain't a living soul that knows how to make it though. We were fortunate enough to salvage some for the ether burner, just a wee bit, mind, from a chunk of Dalamud that came hurtling into the Northern Empty during the calamity. With more, well, that extra 6% efficiency would be child's play. It's a crying shame that we've no other sources.
Surely the many shards of Dalamud scattered throughout Eorzea would suffice. Why not get the refined adamantite from them?
Oh, we tried, believe you me. But only a few specialised pieces would have had any in them to begin with. Drive calls from Ragnarok-class internment hulks. Those are the prize bits we really need. According to the Gleaners, getting to them means delving deep into the shards. And the defences are still very operational and very eager to blow them up. It's rough going in there. Even for the cream. I'm sure they'd make it out alive.
Weren't we near that part of the Ragnarok when we went to destroy Bahamut?
Oh yeah, we did that, didn't we? The White Raven's ghost. It haunts me.
Heavens, are you all right? You look pale as a... Well... Best put that battle from your mind for now. Deep breaths. That's it.
I'm like having a panic attack over here about the White Raven.
There are multiple internment hulks in Eorzea alone, so handling this ourselves may not be the most efficient option. Rather, if we could salvage adamantite from the shards simultaneously... Thancred, is the link shell we established before you went to Garlemald still active?
Of course. The floor is yours. What's all this?
Gathering firewood, so to speak. We alone can accomplish little, but joined by others, we may yet build a bonfire to carry us heavensward. This is Alphino. The Scions have need of you.
Understood. I will contact the Lord Commander and dispatch our finest at once.
My sisters are somewhat preoccupied with the final days, so I will lead the 12-Wood expedition myself.
Are you aware of any other sources of refined adamantite?
Logically, such an invaluable alloy would have been utilized solely where absolutely necessary, in components intended to conduct or collect surpassing amounts of ether. Any extant instrumentation or devices would have likely found their way into the hands of etherologists or enthusiasts.
Magical artifacts of Allagan design? The Eastern Alliance will send word to one and all. Are there other ways we may offer aid? No shards of the Lesser Moon scar our soil, but our stake in this cause is no less for it.
Is there anything in Othard that might be of use to you?
Othard, you say? Oh, you got friends in far places, lad. Anyway, if you're offering, I wouldn't say no to one of those Far Eastern sacred relics. Some of them could hold enough ether to summon a whole damn primal. Combine a source like that with the ether burner, and 3, 2, 1, kaboom!
I gather you heard his explosive enthusiasm. Might you secure us a suitable relic?
It shall be done. I know little of machines, but I promise we will do our utmost to gather the materials you need to finish your starship.
I love you, Cyrano.
I am glad for the work, in truth. Better to busy oneself than wait and fret over disasters foretold.
Then why are we all still standing about yapping? There's plunder for the taking. And I'm a born plunderer. I'll be an old Charlian before you know it. Start mixing the grog.
I'm certain that can be arranged. Thank you all, and do be careful.
Just like that.
Aye, just like that. Our refined adamantite is on its way. Now let us consider our next steps, shall we? There's yet much to be done.
Wow, not even gonna acknowledge your son? You little bitch. Just imagine I'm just following Pasha. I'm just like, hey, where are you going? Hey, what are you doing over there? Hey, Foshnot, we'll talk a little bit? You were gonna ask me a question, right? What do you think about Alphino? I think he was doing really good over there. Like, what's your thoughts about that? Please. Just following him endlessly. Give him no quarter. It's times like these that we're reminded how famous or infamous Alphino has become. Who'd have thought he could achieve so much with a single link pearl conversation? As we're expecting rather a lot of visitors in the near future, I'd best return to the surface and inform the relevant parties. I also have a contact of my own that might be worth a try. Oh, and who might that be? That's for me to know and you to find out. And on that note, I leave matters here in your capable hands. Good luck. Meanwhile, in Ul'dah... Wait, what? Something happens in Ul'dah? I forgot about this. Wait, I don't remember the scene at all.
Our course of action is clear. We must harvest refined adamantite from the shards of Dalamud and procure arcane relics of Allagan Make. Summon the best and brightest of our immortal flames and form an expeditionary party at once. Call upon the Sultan Sworn and Brass Blades for support as you must. Papashan, send word to the guilds. We will require the expertise of master artisans if we are to have any hope of identifying and recovering these elusive materials. Thiergeist, we have need of your stone torches. They are to assist the immortal flames in scouring the ruins and to help secure the surrounding areas. I trust I can count on your support.
As commander of the Stone Torches, my son Zimberk will personally see it done.
Pippin, I would have you lead the raiding party. Assemble your finest, and with Tizona's blade, clear the way. Lord Lolorito, I pray you take charge of the search for Allagan relics. Surely you know of some being traded on open or clandestine markets, or sleeping in collectors' vaults. Of course, I ask not that you do this out of the kindness of your heart. By all means, profit on the transactions. I wish you the joy of it. The final days descend upon our world. If circumstances are truly as dire as they say, Uldah's best efforts may be for naught. And yet, when we Eorzeans rose from the ashes to rebuild our broken realm, did we not learn one simple truth? That which seems all but impossible to overcome alone may yet be possible if we stand together. It was the Scions who united us then, and it is the Scions who call upon us now. Ul'dah will answer that call. We will summon our courage and join the fight for our world's future. You know your duties. I, Nanamo Ul'Namo, 17th in the line of Ul, bid you good luck and Godspeed.
Love you, Nanamo. Love you. Meanwhile, the Black Shroud. Oh yeah, I am kind of starting to remember this part. It's very cool.
We fielded a goodly number, but our ranks are heavy with healers, and an abundance of restorative magics will be of little help in destroying Dalamud's defenses. Still, it has ever been thus with Gridania. We must steel ourselves for a protracted engagement.
In that case, might I suggest taking us along?
Commander Hext, what are you doing here?
None of the shards in Girabania are big enough to hold an internment hulk. So we said to ourselves, why not lend our neighbors a hand? We thought you might be short on people with a talent for breaking things.
While it pains me to admit it, you are right. Our deficiency is so plain to see.
It might have been a lifetime ago, but I was once one of the Scions assigned to the Shroud. I know this forest well. I know your people. And I know we will be stronger if we fight this fight together.
Then I will impose upon you with a clear conscience. Come, let us speak of how to integrate our forces.
I won't let it all be for nothing. I promise you, Papalimo.
Papalimo mentioned, let's go! We rarely hear about that little guy. He died and they never talked about him again. Meanwhile, in Kothas, it's at the grave! Oh, Siobhan, I miss you!
There you are! We've no time to waste, brother. Everyone has already...
Ah.
That was a roar! A dragon's roar!
Oh, Siobhan. We love him. Meanwhile, in the Ruby Sea.
And so, in summation, the Eastern Alliance, as well as the Honorable Lord Lolorito himself, reached out to me for assistance in procuring these treasures of the divine, and I, in turn, do beseech the Confederacy for aid. Is that?
Hancock? What a surprise this is. And a fortuitous one at that. I have a favor to ask, you see.
We never did your quest, Sorbonne, I'm sorry. I'm kind of curious how this plays out. Though our friends are searching for refined adamantite and sacred relics, we will only know if they meet your requirements when they have arrived. In the meantime, is there aught else we might do to be of service? Ah, you've already done more than enough. If I had to say though, I could use someone who knows a thing or two about Allegan technology. Yes, Sorbonne, he's so good. You there, lad with the red eyes and matching hair. You seem to know more than the average scholar. Ha! If only Master Kakol knew how right he was. While he and Graha establish a report, why don't we help with the preparations for the Great Exodus? Indeed, this would mean going above and beyond our terms of our arrangement, but I propose this is not the curry favor. As confident as I am that we will succeed, we must be ready for every eventuality. This would also be an opportunity to familiarize ourselves with the logistics of traversing the Great Expanse, and if nothing else, it beats twiddling your thumbs while we wait for the adamantine. Well, ain't you a bunch of helpful strangers? Oh, if you even mind to lend a hand, then I know where you ought to go. Charlie and Hamlet is lousy with researchers and scholar types, busying themselves preparing for the Exodus. Ah, that lot need all the help they can get. Well then, off we go. See, I told you we need to get up here. Teleporting because I don't want to walk. Hi, Alright, how you doing? Hope I've been Dascon. Welcome in, welcome in. From what I can tell, a lot of the people actually live down here. I don't know how much we can offer, but I dare say they'll benefit from some sort of fresh inspiration Monty Chine mentioned. Let's start by asking around, ideally without getting in anyone's way. Let's meet by the Aetheryte once our work is done. Went out on my latex clothing 3 days in a row, went dancing 2 days in a row, and I'm damn! Damn, you're having the best weekend of your life, man. Hope you had a fun time, even if you're tired. God, the song keeps on cutting off from like the really hype one. And to those episodes I made. Damn, what the hell? You have so much energy, like get all that done, damn. Congrats on like doing all that in a weekend. I mean, a week. Man, those latex, like, so you made the latex clothing? Latex is like a skill set of its own. Like I do like fabric work, but like latex is another beast. Free-handed a second, damn! Hello, are you one of the helpers? Working for the Aetherburner? Oh dear, I hear things have come to a standstill on that front. Even so, I'd chosen that over my current duties. Checking and loading samples day in, day out. It's tiring, thankless work. Still, no one will be cross if I misplace a few legumes or what have you. The Form's got enough on their plate as it is, what with deciding who gets to board the Ark and when. Lots of powerful people have opinions about that. My heart goes out to Master Fulchinaut and the others. Hardly get a moment's rest, I expect. They even have time to sleep. Literally, like, we are acting as like therapists for all these scholars. See, part of my design process currently is trying to make patterns as simple as possible. I mean, I do that too with fabric. I'm just like, how can I make this a square? How can I make this a square that looks okay? Helping with the Ark. Even with all the power Master Kokol's managed to squeeze out the Aetherburner, still not enough apparently. The straight one almost had all straight. Yo, I love straight cuts. And used self-adhesive Velcro. Ooh, nice. And now I hear the final days have arrived. Horrible creatures running rampant all over. If only we'd begun the exodus sooner. People are dying, and there'll be no end if we don't fulfill our duties. But we will. We spent years preparing for this moment. Believe the plan, and all will be well. Okay, where's the last person who needs to, like, info dump at us? Then second, I use Velcro to force her cuts for neck, and then on a bib, waist, and a skirt, and 2 armholes for a vest. Nice! Offering to help? That's very kind, but I should be able to organize the rest of the documents by myself. It's mostly lists of things we'll need once we arrive on the moon, and then whatever stars we choose to make our new home. My duties largely concern the maintenance of living conditions. They'll be a lot busier ere we depart. I hear that our lunar collaborators have come down to assist in our efforts. I'm looking forward to finally meet them in person, after having communicated with them in such limited capacity thus far. To be perfectly honest, I have not even the slightest idea of what they look like. I do hope they're not enormous looming giants. Why, I would rather prefer something small and fluffy, like a behabited rabbit. That ran by. Search for the behabited rabbit. It's pretty typical for a latex shirt to cost $150 and have a lead time of 6 to 8 weeks. I mean, I believe it. I believe that completely. Like I've seen like videos of like people like in their work of progress. Like some people make like latex bodysuits for cosplay. And whenever I see them work on it, it's just like, what the fuck? Like they're absolutely just doing witchcraft over there. It's like it's the same thing as leatherworking. Like I look at people doing leather work for cosplay, I'm just like, what the hell are you doing? Why are you hammering that? So I'm experimenting on how someone can make something basic themselves for entry level. Like, oh, nice. Fancy meeting you here, Ner. Our friends in the forum brought us to see their teeny tiny toy boat, which was quite impressive considering they didn't use any creation magics. What we're really interested in is Aetheris itself. And we now find ourselves in sort of a funny, underground, miniaturized version of it. We were hoping the forum would give us a guided tour, but it appears they're rather preoccupied. Honestly, all that time to repair and they're still not ready? I suppose we'll have to show ourselves around. Or at least that's what we were planning to do until we chanced upon Urianger and your good self. Since you're both dawdling about, engaging in idle chit-chat, perhaps you could show us a few points of interest. Wouldn't that be fun? A tour of Labyrinthos. An unexpected yet prudent suggestion. Given the similarities betwixt its artificial environments and Beastway's burrow, it would be in our best interest to have the Loporrits acquaint themselves with those conditions deemed optimal by their Charlene counterparts. Their design from Saturday only needed a circle cut for, that's a $20 tool and 4 yards of material. I mean, that's nothing compared to like how it usually would cost for like a latex thing. I fear, however, that continued reliance on my limited knowledge would risk narrowing rather than broadening their perspectives. Mayhap thou art better suited to lead this venture. What a marvelous idea! Why don't we begin with that great big what's it over yonder? Ah yes, the what's it. I shall leave the explanation to Nur. Oh, you little shit, Urianger. Yeah, let me explain what the what's it is. I'm gonna take like a quick 2-minute break, so I'll be back in a second. Just give me a bit. I'm back. By unpopular demand, I have returned. You will never get rid of me. Anyway, let's continue on. I'm gonna check something really quick. What quest are we on? Just double checking my quest list. This is Wise Guides. Okay, we're making progress. Cool. Woba, thank you, thank you. Alright, let's continue on our way. I just need to like take a really quick break before we like get, because a lot of like big things are about to happen. I was like, oh fuck, I should like stretch my legs and, you know, piss beforehand. Goodness to me, to build something so large without creation magics is positively stupendous. Perhaps you could direct our attention to its most important features. Alright. Okay, we gotta locate the things of important interest. Honestly, like, latex shit, like, because clearly I cosplay, and whatever I make entirely depends on what I need for the situation, but, like, it's something I've been interested in. Just I have to find like the right project to do it rather than like, because I'm a weirdo who I don't like making stuff like stuff to make it. I like making stuff towards a project. Like that's how I kind of operate mentally. Like as an example, like when I was trying to practice video editing, I wasn't making like practice things. I was like, okay, I'm going to make a music video. So I started the process of like doing a song cover because I wanted to practice video editing because I needed to do that before I started editing my lore video and stuff. That's kind of how mentally I work. So I gotta, like, it's something I'm like, if I encounter a project that would require latex, like I'd be interested in like start like testing shit out, you know? He spotted an abystoma, an especially lively one at that. It would appear that the concept he observed in another time, another place, was approved for life in the wider world, somehow. Yeah, abystoma! So... it's a little hard to see from here, but that's a golden pipe connected to the top tanks. And I can see through the window at the bottom of the pipe at the bottom. Ah, this must be for purifying water drawn up from below. Is that water I hear from inside that great big tube? It must be because of those cogs and a gigantic wheel at the top. Oh, I see. That's how I dropped the water. It's probably some sort of spiral-shaped mechanism inside it too. And considering stuff I'm doing right now, experiments like the Velcro stuff kind of works, doesn't actually adhere well to the latex, so I'm thinking of stick around long term. Yeah. That makes sense, because I think I've heard that like latex, like you have to treat it, it's like its own unique thing compared to like fabric. It's like more similar to like working with leather than working with fabric for it. That makes sense. But skirt, bib, and bowler poncho short cloak design I have is pretty much left on. Nice! Awesome! That looks like the trees in Greatest Endsvale. Hold on, that's a bit of a strange shape. It's thin at the bottom but big and round at the top. Quite tall for something so unbalanced too. Now that makes sense. That's where they store water. Well, if I were to hazard a guess, water drawn from underground, presumably with other mechanisms, is purified there and stored in that tower before being distributed elsewhere. I'm right, aren't I? I knew it. A design brilliance in its simplicity. I dare say it would only take a moment to install even the harshest environments. Whereas Loporritz, that is. Indeed, securing a reliable source of water is of utmost importance for any fledgling settlement. We have read, however, that the people of Atheris sometimes make their homes in arid deserts and such. How are they able to survive? Areas near waterfalls are common sites for villages in Girabania. So wherever you choose to live, you're never far from water. Oh dear, I worry we won't be able to procure the necessary amount. We can provide enough water to keep them from drying out completely, but it would appear they rely on it far more than we'd anticipated. A few adjustments need be in order, once we've calculated the average rate of consumption per individual. It may also be worth learning more about how exactly they obtained water in the first place. Master Alphino spoke of the machinery responsible for that feat during our journey through Logiston Alpha, did he not? Mayhap Loporritz will share his appreciation for the engineering marvel. Oh yes, it sounds absolutely splendid. We must journey beyond the sanctuary of Charlian Hamlet. I shall lead the way. You mean, we have to brave the untamed wilderness? A valid concern indeed. We cannot help but notice the many dangerous-looking creatures with big, nasty teeth lurking beyond the safe confines of the settlement. Were we not escorted here by burly custodians, I dread to think what would have become of us. Regrettably, too many a hungry predator with aforementioned big, nasty teeth, Loporritz may appear to be potential and rather appetizing source of subsistence. Might I impose upon thee to assist in securing safe passage to Logiston Alpha? For my part, I shall act as escort to Living Way and Cooking Way. I trust Singing Way and Growing Way to thy care. Where'd Pudding Way go? Urianger, where's Pudding Way? Please, where'd it go? A more valiant protector I would not wish for. Godspeed. Where'd Pudding Way go? Singing Way, do you know? If it's all the same to you, I'd rather not be eaten by some horrid beasts. Come along, Growing Way, to water extraction. What's it? Well, I think Pudding Way's dead. Long live Pudding Way. No, Pudding Way! Like, Pudding Way's just gone. Nobody's mentioning him anymore. Maybe, actually, wait. Maybe he's learning how to make pudding. Maybe he's learning the ways. The pudding ways. Thank you so much. Man, hi, baby seal. How are you doing? Hope I'm having a fantastic one. MSQ is going well. Thank you so much. I really hope this water extraction is worth these harrowing experiences. All part of the fun, some might say. I'd rather not be burnt to a crisp if it's all the same to you. Okay, right now we are, like, basically doing the quests leading up to the finale. We're just getting a lot of stuff done in the meantime. Hope your night is going well. It's chores day in Final Fantasy XIV. It sure is! My friends, I bid you welcome to Logiston Alpha. You just woke up from a nap. Oh, nice! Hope it was very relaxing and refreshing. Our destination doth lie at the lift's top. Hurry, follow me. Marvelous. Simply marvelous. This is where magic, or science rather, takes place. The perfect environment to sustain life, artificially created. The knowledge we'll gain here will be essential for when we start looking for new stars for your kind to inhabit. Apparently, most of them don't even have air for you to breathe. You're all very lucky that Atheris just so happens to provide everything you need to thrive. Or did mankind turn out that way because of the available resources, I wonder? Either way, it's something short of miraculous, and I cannot wait to see more of it. This is all very wonderful, I'm sure, but I was rather hoping to learn more about your nourishment provision facilities. In other words, where's the food? I believe that both the knowledge and consumables you seek may be found at, Miral Ergonomics. As I imagine Singing Way and the others intend to study every conceivable facet of the apparatus, wouldst thou be so kind to escort our visiting culinarian? Yes, that sounds much more interesting. Hopefully I'll be able to see firsthand some of the delicacies Urianger was telling me about. Even his incredibly vivid, if not a bit too verbose, descriptions cannot compare to the sampling of them myself. Not to mention that Theris will soon be no more, so I must learn all I can while there's still time. Like, I'm just like, oh yeah, the world's ending soon, gotta make sure I eat some food. Let us brook no further delay. Okay, let's feed this rabbit some good food. Oh, there's a raid. There's a hunt train coming through Labyrinthos right now. I just looked in shout chat, just like, oh lord, they're coming. Nothing funnier than like being a little sprout, just kind of wander around, mind your own goddamn business, and then all of a sudden a raid train comes in, just swooping in through the air. Scares the shit out of you the first time you see it. This is the place, yes? The heady aroma was enough to guide me here, and I've spotted several of the fruit and vegetables featured in our compendium. I'd dearly love to try some, but I read that those who help themselves to a farmer's crops without permission are often caught and put in the pies. Perhaps you could ask whoever's in charge if they would be willing to part with a few samples? Alright, Cooking Way is accompanying us now. We're gonna nicely ask for some grapes. Some squapes, even. Ah, what a fine mess this is. Squape. I miss Squape so much. They should bring Squapes back. Ah, it's you, the one who climbed down the mineshaft. I'd show you around if I could, but I'm rushed off my feet preparing for the Exodus. And I'm not the only one. We've all got to find ways to do what we do down here, up there. First on the moon, then whatever star the Forum decides will become our new home. It's all so sudden, so unreal. Don't you want to go to the moon? Well, it's better than waiting for the final days to claim us. But no matter how carefully it's all planned, we'll never be able to take every variety of flora and fauna with us. Even the ones we can take may not survive in the new environment. So many species doomed to extinction. Sorry, that's not what you came to talk about, is it? Nothing quite so dire, I assure you. We merely wish to sample a little of the produce, if we may. By all means, help yourselves. Much appreciated, my good fellow. So where to begin? The Squapes! It has to be the Squapes first. Isn't the Squapes in the Island Paradise area? I think so. It's been a while since I've gone there, though. Admittedly. I've been kind of preoccupied with, you know, this. Oh, I know what these are. Squapes, yes? Let's see if they're as delicious as they look. So sweet, so sour. It tastes as much like a ripe philosopher's carrot, and yet the texture is entirely different. The contrast between outer skin and the fruit within is most peculiar, though far from unpleasant. Yes, I think I'll try another. Well, that's certainly given me food for thought, though in a far less visceral manner than a philosopher's carrot. But tell me, what's your opinion of Squapes? I'd brave an erupting volcano for a choice bunch. Yes, they are rather Moorish, aren't they? And from what I've read, quite versatile too. Something about people stepping on them to make rather intoxicating beverages, as I recall. Anyway, that's enough about Squapes for the time being. On to the next treat. You never unlocked it, just vaguely remember. Island Sanctuary is like, it's like good if you want to kill some time, basically. It's a lot of kind of grinding that you only do when you think about it. It's not something I like actively pursue, but it's fun to decorate your island. I like decorating things, so it's very nice. You put outdoor furniture there too. So I've been like trying to decorate a little bit over there in my main account, I mean. Orange by name, orange by nature. What came first, the fruit or the color? Who cares? Let's eat. Yes, that's, equal parts sweet and sour. As with the grapes, yet nothing alike. I may have to consult Uriel J about expanding my vocabulary. I simply cannot find the words to describe it. It's good for unlocking a new... Yeah, it does have some glams and some, like, some mounts you can get there, too. Perhaps what I'm looking for is bitter. This is all very complicated, you know. So many flavors, so many choices, and each individual with their own personal preferences. Now I see why you all turned up your noses at the idea of eating nothing but carrots. Marvelous though they are in my estimation, yet no one said I say otherwise. Ah, but speaking of carrots, we have to sample any of the vegetables. Let's see what's in the field over there. Does it have a two-seater mount that you can lock? Yes, it does. I wanted to get the Mandragora mounts. I think that's what they're called. With like the little giant boys. I might be saying it wrong. I might have the wrong name in my head, but I know what it looks like. The color, the texture. Are they sort of some enormous round carrots? No? In any case, proper nomenclature is less of a concern than the taste. Blech! It's so hard and flavorless. I may as well be chewing a piece of wood, but that all confirms it. These are nothing more than misbegotten failures masquerading as goodly carrots. Stop. Can't you see these are pumpkins? And no one with any sense would try eating them raw. You're supposed to cook them first. Do you not find it an awful bother? I'm working on that one mount that requires 200 tokens that you can only get 7 of a week of. Oh god. That's so much time. Far from it, cooking is a joy unto itself. And what's more, it broadens the range of ingredients that we may safely eat. But above all else, cooking allows us to draw out the full potential of our produce. Pumpkin stew has been one of my favorite dishes for as long as I can remember. Like, there are a lot of things in Final Fantasy that requires a lot of grinding for like a prolonged period of time. I already do Fate grinding. I don't think I could do Island Sanctuary grinding. I do the ultimate grind, which is Fates. Then perhaps even these hard blocks of plant matter can become as delicious as the orange I sampled. I wonder though, if there's anything even more delicious. How about that yellow fruit over yonder? What wondrous fragrance. With luck, I'll have flavor to match. I'll only pop in for about a half hour to an hour maybe on my island. I mean, that's basically it. Lemon. As I have no idea how these are eaten, I'll just bite into it. Ah, yeah. My tongue. Is this poison? A lemon? You mean it's supposed to taste like this? Yeah, you gotta be really... Whenever I fucking see a lemon tree, have you guys seen the video, like, cut from probably a pornography where they're like, oh man, love this lemon tree. Hope no lemon stealing whores come take her lemons. I haven't watched the whole thing. I haven't watched the entire thing. I'm just assuming it might be a pleasant little experience. I've only watched the intro. Yeah, I gotta watch out for those lemon stealing whores. How can something so similar to an orange be so revolting? Only that intro, but it's an iconic intro. It may be some time before my palate recovers from this ordeal. As such, I best call to an end this round of sampling. Let's say our farewells and return to the others. Finished, have you? I trust you found something to your liking. I'm rather enamored with the grapes and oranges, less so the pumpkin, though I learned the hard way that they're not to be eaten raw. Then there's the lemon, the deceiver. I feel so violated. Ha, first time, was it? I'd hate for you to leave with a bad taste in your mouth, in more ways than one. I'll only give you this lemon muffin I baked. If this doesn't change your opinion, nothing will. More lemon? Have I not suffered enough? Nevertheless, it would be remiss of me not to spurn this opportunity to, oof, bit of sick came up there, learn more of your inscrutable ways. Very well, lemon muffin, do your worst. I love lemon desserts. Lemon desserts are so good. This is delicious. Though I still detect a hint of lemon, it complements the sweetness of the dough to create a perfect harmony. I never would have guessed its vile bitterness would be utilized so elegantly. My good chap, this is simply breathtaking. Make more lemon bars soon. Yeah! It's been a while since I've had a lemon cookie. I gotta get some. See, we rarely use lemon in its natural state, but has a starring role in all sorts of recipes, and the same is true for many other ingredients. It comes down to making the most of the resources at our disposal, and sometimes that can even be the difference between life and death. I know we won't be able to take every species with us. No doubt the Forum agonized over what was worth preserving, and what we will be consigned to history. Hard choices, but make them we must if we're to survive. Such strength of will. Now I know what Hydaelyn sees in your kind. Mankind, the Loporrits, we were both born from the accumulated knowledge of the ancients. They learned all there is to learn about the nature of sentient life and the fates of the stars themselves. Once a civilization has fulfilled the basic requirements of survival, it will inevitably seek out to eliminate all forms of negativity and achieve perfection. And therein lies its folly and its downfall. For perfection is an unattainable ideal. 'Tis the paradox of the immaculate carrot. Yet civilizations since time immemorial have deemed the pursuit of perfection as progress. They pay no heed to the costs incurred in their futile quest, and all too often become the architects of their own demise, their dreams forever unfulfilled. What, then, is the alternative? The answer lies in knowing that our existence can never be perfect, to be content with what we have and make the most of it. I love the message of this expansion. When life gives you lemons, you make lemon muffins. Pardon my Eorzean, but what in the seven hells are you on about? And who are you anyway? Cooking Way, at your service. I'm here to help prepare for the trip to the moon. And once you get there, you'll be able to try my carrots. I've been growing all different kinds. But don't worry, there'll be room for your crops too. We'll work together to preserve as many of Aetherius' species as possible, if you're up for the challenge. Yes, of course, I look forward to it. Well, this has been highly productive. Probably. Let's go and see if Urianger and the others run out of machinery to inspect, shall we? Well, let's head down. I haven't sold any sold lemons. Welcome in, Connor. How you doing? Hope we're having a fantastic one. That's something a lemon-stealing whore would say. You can't fool me. How dare you imply I steal lemons? Honestly, I've never seen a lemon tree in person. That sounds like something cool I would like plant in my yard. I don't even know like the environments they require. That was most enlightening, especially the part with the lemon muffin. Actually, I was wondering, do you know any of the places famed for their cuisine? Far East has oodles and noodles. Would that I had time to visit. The more I learn of Aetherius, the more I wish we could spare it from the final days. Alas, Hydaelyn's orders were to flee, not to resist. If only there were some other way. I trust thy time at Merrill Agronomics did bear fruits. should volunteer the information on behalf of the guilty conscience of a lemon stealing cryptid. Oh man. Our own efforts too were rewarded. We now possess an embarrassment of educational riches. No doubt our guests' relentless pursuit of knowledge could occupy them and us for a fortnight. Alas, time is of the essence. Let us return to the Charlian hamlet forthwith. I shall be glad to attend to each and every loporrit there, should further questions within my power to answer arise. Aww. Let's teleport over. Yes, sir? That was indeed me verbalizing a sigh to express my emotional state. Do you want to know why? Because I saw the reconstructed environmental data for Atheris at Logiston Alpha, that's what. The forest is so lovely, and so leafy. Are all of your forests like that? The verdant, at least. The trees of Dravania stand particularly proud. Lemon trees do best in zones 8 to 11 southern US, otherwise you'll want to plant it in a pot and bring it indoors during harsh cold weather. Okay. But you're saying there's a chance in the States. There's a chance we can have there's a chance I could have some trees with lemon stealing whores under them. Gasp! Gasp, I say! With the star so wonderful, it comes as no surprise that you're so reluctant to leave it behind. I was a fool to think otherwise, to assume that the moon was something worth of being proud of. How ridiculous it must seem to you, trying so hard yet achieving so little. Not at all. Thy works are no less worthy for their uniqueness. I thought I heard tiny voices. Thancred! How didst thou fare? Oh, I was able to glean a fair bit from the researchers while helping to move their cargo. Preparations have proceeded without interruption there. Despite news of the coming end, we have the forum's leadership to thank for that. That doesn't mean people aren't worried though. Quite the opposite. I want some lemon bars. I want lemon cookies. Lemon cookies are so good. Knowing disaster could strike at any moment, they hurry to complete their work, equally aware that a single error could be the difference between life and death. And we can hardly tell them there's no cause for concern. Perhaps not. Though aided by our goodly growing way, we may yet find other ways to lighten their burden. Me? Be of use? To people? I'm honored to think you would think of me so capable. I'm not sure if I'm up to the challenge. Yeah, welcome back, check. Nevertheless, I believe in thee. Came right in time for the lemon stealing horse talk. Have you ever seen a lemon tree before? I haven't. No thanks. You're welcome. If you say so, I suppose I can't hurt to try. Dulcet has 3. Yo! What? Wait a minute. Wait a minute. Are you saying that I could have snuck into Dulcet's suitcase and stolen some of her lemons? Next year, if you stay long enough, maybe you can swing by and steal some. I want to be a lemon stealing whore. Desperately. I mean, honestly, I was thinking of like next year for Offkai, depending on what Vel does. Because like whatever Vel does, I will do. But I was thinking of staying like an extra day or something. Just because like it sucked going back on the day of. That sucked. If you say so, I suppose I can't hurt to try. I passed someone mopping in the Western Plaza that looked to be in need of a helping paw. Perhaps you might start with him. Yeah, it sucked. Like, obviously, I'm not going to be able to avoid the red eye back. Because if you live on the East Coast, you just kind of have to live with it. You just kind of know that you're gonna have a really shitty flight back, but it'd be nice to have at least an extra day or so. Just as good as any place as any. Come. But perhaps when like off-kai planning starts up for next year, I will suggest it. Because me and Vel will be rooming again. If we both go. Yeah! Plus, if I stay for an extra day, I could maybe go to round 1 with you guys, and I could just sit in the corner the entire time playing Waka, because that's the only joy I get from round 1. That's a lie, actually. I also get joy from, there's like, I don't know if they have that over there, but at the round 1 that was in Baltimore, they had this really fun minigame that was basically Frogger, and I was so good at it, I'll get so many tickets from it. Did you see the sad state of fighting games at round 1 that breaks my heart? Oh yeah, I saw. I mean, to me that's normal. That's how it is in the Baltimore one. Like the Baltimore one, it's the same kind of setup where it's like little tiny cabinets where you just sit at. Single fighting game. No, they had multiple. They had the Yu Yu Hakusho fighting game at the Baltimore one, unless they took it out. But they had multiple. They had like multiple like rows of them. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Oh, they only had a single one? Sound like 3. Oh, that sucks. The Baltimore one had more than 3 when I left. Like they had way more than just 3 games of 3 fighting games. I mean, of like the old style ones. Here's a solution. Come over to the East Coast. Like, I don't live in Baltimore anymore, but I could go visit. And just show you the world of, like, good fighting games, setups in round 1. I'm on my way. Perfect, perfect, perfect. Last time I went to round 1, around me there was a bunch of fighters. Yeah. The last time I went to round 1 was in the Baltimore location. And like, they had a bunch of... It's kind of cramped in there. It's like in a mall, and it's kind of like it's using the most it can of its space, but it's very fun. Fight game slowly being phased up, basically, from what I hear. Oh no, that's I hope the Baltimore one at least still has the Yu Yu Hakusho fighting game. That was fun. That was fun to see. That's what my partner did whenever we went to round 1. Like I would be stationed at the rhythm games, just like doing Waka and Hatsune Miku and all that shit, and then Etched would be over, like, playing Yu Yu Hakusho or Street Fighter. Oh, can I help you? The round 1 we went to last year had a Dragon Ball one, half the buttons. No, that sucks. It is you who would help me. Is my anxiety truly so obvious? A burden shared is a burden earned. Eased, I mean. Pray, tell us of thy troubles. Those little fellows do look like good listeners. I'm an engineer, you see, and what they say of the ship, that it's the sum of decades of Charlian ingenuity, that it's built with peerless elegant technology, is all true, but... I know that none of that's a guarantee. We've never before launched a star-faring vessel, let alone flown it in the great expanse. All the tests we've run could have been on the ground. Only operational personnel and cargo will be aboard on the first voyage. But even so, it fails to us. What do we do? If it fails us then, what do we do? And if it doesn't, it could fall apart on the next flight or the one after that. We've done everything we can to prevent that from happening, but it hardly matters. We thought the Aether Burner's design was flawless too, and look at how that turned out. Thou art familiar with these most daunting technologies, and thus dost thou hold the power to allay his fears. Oh, I'm not sure about that, but well... Maybe you could tell me if there's any aspects of the ship's design that you're especially worried about. Our ability to walk and perform our tasks for one. A devised means by which to employ gravity, a set spatio-temporal spell, to regulate the environment. But what if it's not strong enough? What if everyone floats away and begins crashing into things as soon as we left the star? Ah, gravitation. Maybe I can help with that. Up there is not so different from down here, you see. The same rules apply, and if you consider them as part of the one great big cosmos rather than separate places. I suspect both parties shall find comfort in this conversation. Yet if Thancred's tales to be true, still others would benefit from the insights born of the experience. I didn't prevail upon the Loperates to attend them. An excellent idea, if I do say so myself. If there is naught we'd like more than to ease the hearts of the fine people of Atheris, and learn more about them while we're at it. Full glad am I to hear it. Gather thy companions and bring them hither. Nur, thou hast the gift of finding souls in need of succor. Pray seek thee out the distressed and apprehensive, and inform them that help is at hand. I shall await them here, that I might introduce each to a suitable operate. God, I remember, like, whenever I go to round 1, I just accumulate my tickets. I just don't spend them, really. So I was, like, waiting for the opportunity to, like, get something cool, I guess. With my many years of playing Frogger on the arcade cabinet. Yeah. And I'm hoping that my, I hope that my card would work in California. Because, like, it's the same thing. It's like the same round 1, just in a different time zone, so I'm hoping it'd be fine. 1 trillion tickets leaves with a Tootsie Pop. That's how it works, doesn't it? Oh, I do so look forward to that. A place for every Loperate in their place. From what I understand, they don't work from location to location. No, wait, nah. I've been to different ones, and my card still worked. I'm just concerned about whether it would work from East Coast to West Coast. Because I've been to multiple different locations, and like I was kind of worried at first. I was like, will my card not work? And then it ended up working. So it does work, at least from East Coast locations. I'm just unsure about whether it would work in the West Coast. Maybe it's just my area, but my friends here told me they didn't. Oh, maybe it's like a weird Baltimore thing. Maybe Baltimore has like hookups with other people, with other places. I mean, like I don't even remember the one I've been to. I know it was like in PA or something. I think it was in like Pennsylvania, the other one I went to, because I was like visiting a friend there like a while ago, and I was just kind of like, oh, well, if I need to get a new card, I'll get a new card, and then it worked, and it was weird, but oh, seems the cleaner's too busy to chat, but for his benefit otherwise. I couldn't tell you where whenever I talk about Pennsylvania, I always like default to Philly, because it's the city that was closest to Baltimore. That's like whenever I talk about Pennsylvania, I'm like, oh yeah, Philly, because Philly's like comparatively the closest out of like anything else. There's nothing in Pennsylvania, by the way. It sucks. Never go to PA. It's a shitty state. It's full of nothing. It sucks. I have a lot of opinions about the states that border Maryland. So take my opinion as fact. Let me give you my opinion. Okay, so Pennsylvania, shitty. Never go there. But Philly is kind of cool. So if you go into the PA, Philly is okay. The rest of it shit. Don't even bother. Everything else sucks about it. What else borders Maryland? Virginia. Eastern part sucks. Western part has really cool mountains. West Virginia, people marry their cousins there. I've actually never been. South, I think, no wait, South is still Virginia. Delaware is basically Eastern Shore of Maryland, but another state. You go to Delaware for the beaches, that's it. You don't go there for anything else. You just go there for like a nice little beach time. You just like, oh yeah, I feel like going to the boardwalk and going swimming in the ocean. That's the only reason you go there. You don't go there for anything else. Anyway, those are my opinions on the border states of Maryland. We are very opinionated in Maryland. Oh wait, DC. DC, we hate their drivers. That's it. we hate their drivers, and also half of Maryland goes to commute there for work. Like, if you ever talk to anyone from Maryland, like half of them are commuting to DC or Baltimore. Because that's where they fucking work. Concerns nay, but there's no point in worrying at this stage. It'll only make the work go that much slower. Sweet woman seems to be coping well. Alright. And that was your annual stream Nerd Talks About Maryland in some capacity. What am I thinking about? The medical facilities on the strip, of course. I designed them with the assistance of our sages and chirurgeons, but to imagine every illness or injury that one might face in the great expanses beyond any of us, to say nothing of the effects that living out there indefinitely may have on the body. The crew from the moon! Why didn't I not think of that? Is anything bothering me? Well, I've been loading cargo for bells now, so my back feels like a void since plated as a piano. My feet and knees are drums and cymbals, too. Okay, it just needs a break. Consult our collaborators? I suppose that would be more effective than sitting around brooding. I'm attempting to calculate how much cargo we can consolidate into fewer trips. Could the Aether Burner make our original estimates infeasible? But if there are simply too many variables, I feel as if my brow will turn inside out. But perhaps our lunar associates will have more insight into how much weight constitutes too much weight for our purposes. Thank you for letting me know. My face? What's wrong with my... Ow, perhaps I am a bit tense. I was tasked with ensuring that the proper fauna, and only the proper fauna, are brought with us to the moon. However, the suitability of few species is under debate. But I can hardly make the decision for myself when I know so little about the environment up there. Including the Loperates in our discussions is a wonderful idea. I absolutely will. Thank you. Perhaps our biology itself might offer some clue as well. You, yes you, idiot! Have you seen an envelope lying about? This imbecile refuses to give the alchemic I ordered out that bloody slip of parchment. Unless your friends have a spell to make me remember where I dropped my damned envelope, I doubt they'll be more help than you, and you've wasted enough of my time already. It would be unfortunate for all involved to inflict this man upon the Loperates. Aha! The end of the world is nigh, yet the work there is no faster. Schedules are such temperamental things. Feasible one moment, utter bollocks the next. And yet, I've never felt so alive. This one is beyond your help. Holy sleep can save her now. Oh, by the gods, my chest is tight. Am I dying? Is this what dying feels like? Oh, do pardon me. I didn't see you there. There's no cause for the concern, I can assure you. No cause for concern, even though we may need to depart at any moment, and if the hull I designed buckles under the strain, the entire vessel may explode on launch, claiming countless lives and dooming all mankind. But that's highly unlikely. Yes, highly unlikely. Highly. Our visitors can help me triple check the structural flaws, you say? Why, that would be wonderful! I'm breathing more easily already. "56 bunches of weeds in the ground, 56 bunches of weeds, rip one out, add to the mound, 55 bunches of weeds in the..." I'm not neglecting my duties, I swear. I was in need of a little break, you see, but then I found myself unable to relax at all, so I went for a walk, then I noticed these weeds, and... Pleasant conversation partners and oh so fuzzy? Goodness me, that does sound like a better way to relax. We're basically just here acting as therapists to these poor researchers. I think I remember there's a researcher up here somewhere. I forget where though. Or multiple, I don't know. There's like 8 people I have to find. There we go, there's one of them. At least one. Blasted assistant! Where have you gone off to in a time like this? Beg your pardon, I have not the time for idle chit-chat. I need reconfirm that the aether levels are consistent throughout the vessel's machinery. It seems I shall have to do so single-handedly, I swear, but I find those assistants of mine. The Loporits are willing to help? Why didn't you say so? At least they won't moan about how they checked 24 times already and haven't slept in weeks. Lazy sods. I'm gonna check back here, see if there's anyone suffering that needs therapy. Loporit therapy. Gotta check behind every pillar because sometimes the devs can be mean. And also check outside the gates because they could be mean. Okay, not out here. Worries. No, I believe I'm fine, thank you. I've been confiding my colleagues and it's helped a lot. Can't recommend it enough. We love to see that healthy work environment. How might I help you? Why, what a lovely idea. I too noticed people becoming rather tense, so I rushed out to pluck some fresh and fragrant tea leaves. I need only track down 100 or so cups. But don't you worry, I can manage. I hope you plan to cheer them up goes well. This woman's doing better than you are. Wow. Alright, I need to find 2 more people that need therapy. If you need therapy, please line up in front of me. I'm getting tired of looking around. Therapy. Have you heard anything about what's on the moon? I have no doubt that we can make it up there, but the searching for a new star part of the plan sounds awfully vague to me. I asked the forum, but they only tell us that our collaborators have everything under control. Forgive me, but I feel particularly safe wandering through the sea of stars. God knows what on God knows what made, oh my God knows what who. You mean to say that I can speak with them directly? Amazing! I hope they have questions. I don't think I've checked this way too much, so I'm gonna check this way. And I want to check beyond the wall because, goddamn, I know they're probably gonna throw a curveball in this. Or no, there's nobody out beyond the walls. That's surprising. Only monsters that want to kill me. Oh, aw, beans. Okay, who else needs therapy? I gotta find somebody. Gotta find 2 more people who need therapy. I mean, 1 more person, never mind. 1 person who needs therapy, please start lining up in front of me. Free therapy in this economy? Yeah, from Loporits. You gotta find the people who need, the 1 person who needs therapy. Please. I love Fluffy Bunny therapy. Please. Oh, where are they? I kind of hate this quest because it's like one of those, you know how if there's ever a quest that requires you to find like a large number of people and you find like most of them and then like the last one evades you, and it's always like the place you never checked to look before. Ooh. Where the hell are you? Last guy's awful. Yeah, I hate the last guy. Like, where haven't I checked yet? I think I've checked everywhere. Where? It's already become nighttime. Where's this man? Please, I just want to continue the Final Fantasy. I just want to know where you are. Has anyone noticed if I missed anything? I hope I haven't. I mean, obviously I've missed something because oh, there we go. There we go. He's tiny, that's why. It's a fucking... He's dead! Just leave me to my misery. The form can appoint something else. Oh my god, hi Tomochi, how are you doing? Hope everything has one. I apologize.
You don't want to be like this.
What the fuck, Jack? I mean, you don't want to be like this. I simply don't know what to do. How am I supposed to pilot the Ark if I'm already falling apart under the pressure? You know how Starship Pilot I might speak with, truly? Well then, there's no time to waste. They can help me prepare for this monumental task. Don't be like this. Don't be the last guy in a search quest. Yeah, don't be like this guy. Laying down so I can't see him. Behold, Nur. Therapy. Through thine efforts, word hath spread throughout Labyrinthos. Verily, to a far greater number than we anticipated. Living Way doth gather more Loporits as we speak. Okay. Thank you, Baby Seal, for the Moogle. Okay, so I gotta... Okay, 5 minutes on the timer. 3, 2, 1, let's go, Cabal. See that bubble, Cabal? Put it over something standing out in the open, Cabal. I shall assign each in accordance to their skills, that new bonds of friendship might be formed, Cabal. Should greater matters require not thine attentions, watch over them, I prithee, Cabal. I think I'm just gonna watch over here, Cabal. Oh, hello, Bunny, Cabell. Gonna give me therapy, Cabell?
Oh, finally some rest. Why, I haven't spoken so much in, well, in forever.
Can I get therapy now, Cabell? I watched my best friend die, Cabell.
Lively, isn't it? The town is abuzz. Everyone eager to meet with our friends from the moon.
'Twould behoove you to consult with Sleeping Way. As our moon's pilot, his advice should be most pertinent.
What? Why is Sleeping Way in charge of driving the ship, Kupo? Why is Sleeping Way in charge of that, Kupo?
I'm impressed. Truth be told, I struggle to tell one from another. No offense intended, of course.
None taken. After you and your friends left Mare Elementorum, we spent no small amount of time with your Urianger. Oh, the conversations we had. He told us all about Atheris, answered our every question, no matter how trifling or trivial.
Best suited for the job, Kupo? Why, Kupo?
Look! Every page filled to the margins with knowledge. When I first arrived, I was struck by how little I knew. It was daunting. But then I realized that were it not for Urianger and his teachings, we'd still be stuck on the moon, gazing at your world and wondering what we've been missing.
What would they think if they could see Urianger now? I dare say they'd be more than a bit surprised. And impressed, no doubt. Master Louisoix, Minfilia, Papalimo, and not to forget.
Oh no, it's the scene about. It's the scene about.
Oh there. Heard there was a visiting expert who we might bother with a few questions. I take it you'd be the one.
Yes, I am.
Wilson and Blovida, Sharlayan's foremost researchers in the field of teleportation magic, and Moonbreeder's parents.
It hath been some time. 'Tis good to see you in good health.
Likewise, old friend. Blovida and I were most honored to answer the call. Never expected this reunion, though, did we, dear?
Arthur, the nerve. Sending that letter, then running off to the gods know where. Do you have any idea how worried we were?
I'm sorry. 'Twas remiss of me not to deliver the news in person. No, more than that. 'Twas I who...
Our daughter was disillusioned after Master Louisoix left her behind. The day the Scions called upon her was the happiest I'd seen her in years. She made her every choice of her own free will. No one could have ever forced her to do otherwise. Don't blame yourself for her death. Celebrate her life. You know that's what she'd want.
If there is one thing we resent you for, it was that we could not be there to mourn her with you. Reading the words you penned in that shaky hand, we must have cried as much for you as we did for her.
I'm sorry. I truly, truly am. I knew not what to say. knew not how to express my feelings. The poems and platitudes of wiser men, musings on sadness and loss, studied and memorized, and meaningless in the moment.
Silly boy. We are all powerless before such grief. Even now, try as I might, the words escape me. But in our hearts, we know, we always know.
I remember when you were young, how the lads teased you for choosing the company of books over others. Our moon didn't take kindly to that. Be nice to Urianger, she'd shout, and give them a walloping. No matter how many times we scolded her.
So we offered a suggestion. Rather than starting fights, why don't you be the bridge between Urianger and the others? She had to mull it over for a while. Arms crossed, brow furrowed in intense thought. But from that day on, she never let you be alone. She'd drag you outside to play, pepper you with endless questions, read the same books you read, all to try and understand you that much better. I'm sure it was annoying and exhausting at the time, but she only ever had the best of intentions.
And look at you now, at the center of the crowd. The reason there even is a crowd, having brought these people together. You've no idea how proud we are.
To see the boy, our daughter, trusted and believed in more than anyone, grow into the man she always knew he could be. I can see her in you too. Feel her. She walks with you wheresoever you go. So thank you, Urianger, for being who you are.
I think I can feel her too. The truth of her life. Not sorrow, but hope and love.
This moon breeder. She was important to him, wasn't she?
You could ask the man himself.
Oh, no. But watching this exchange reminds me how much I've yet to learn about your world. And its people.
You can live here your entire life and hardly learn a thing. And that's why it's too soon for this to end.
Yeah, why did they make that scene so emotional? Like, you think that the thing with Moonbreed is, like, done. I hate post Arrow Overboard. Nothing happens. The nerve! The nerve! Moonbreeda was there. I love Moonbreeda. Oh! Oh! Hi, Urianger. Oh, Ner, be assured that I am fine. I am. Oh, glad to see them too after so long. Gladder still that that was in your company. As difficult as it was to accept their kindness, it would have been far harder had I faced them alone. Ahem, thou hast my gratitude for lending courage to the Loperates. Not disposed to rest on their laurels, several of our guests have elected to accompany my countrymen to their stations. Some few may still come hither seeking counsel, so I too shall remain to aid them as they be. If thou art needed elsewhere, do not let me detain thee. As a matter of fact, I was hoping you might check on Alize. Last I saw, she was struggling to carry an enormous pile of boxes out of the west gate. I could go myself, but we both know whose help she is less like to scorn. Not to mention that, much to my misfortune, I can think of several other things I ought to be doing. Until later. Hey, let's go help Alize. Ner! Oh my god, hi Scully, how you doing? Hope we're having a fantastic one. We're doing some more Final Fantasy, you know, the only thing I've been playing for the past, like, I don't know how long. Okay, where is Alize? Oh, there she is. Found her. Easy. No, what are you doing out here? No, I don't mind if you help with the boxes, but it's far from the most exciting of tasks, are you sure? Well, I appreciate the assistance. We need to get these to Aporia. Time is short, of course, but they're full of organic specimens and samples, so try not to be too rough with them. Alphino should be waiting for us when we arrive, so I'll see you there. Okay, we had to deliver the crate. My Twitch broke for a second, but hey, my day's going lovely. How about you? My day's going pretty good. Just doing some, like, calm Final Fantasy XIV grinding. So I have 3 minutes to complete this task. Gotta speed run this shit. But we gotta go all the way basically to the next, the last, Aetherite. I can't even Peloton or sprint with these in my arms. Ugh. Going so slow. Not to mention I have to avoid all the monsters, because otherwise they'll make me drop my thing. Oh. I'm in agony. I believe in you, got this. My arms are so heavy. It's so heavy in my arms. Oh. Not to mention, I'm wearing booty shorts with I was thinking of a joke, but I couldn't think of a joke here, Alphino. Oh, you're helping with the crates. Wonderful. You can put that there with the others. Booty shorts with target of giant bloodthirsty monster on the ass cheeks. That's what I was trying to say. That's what I was going towards. Did not have enough time to get to it. Booty shorts either makes you look stronger and JoJo sexier. You have my gratitude, but how'd you come to be involved in this? Huh, and I suppose I have Thancred to thank as well. So you're wondering why we were tasked to bring these boxes to Aporia to begin with. So was I. It turns out that this is a base of operations of sorts. Those with final say as to what is included in the ship's manifest can be found here. Father included, I suspect. That should be everything. You carried all that at once? Are you trying to injure yourself? Oh, hush. They're lighter than they look. Not everyone has your delicate arms. I suppose we should let everyone know that we're finished. Theo Paulin is in the courtyard. We can report to him. Why don't you come along? You should get credit for your assistance at least. Considering where we are, you might even learn something interesting. Well, first we gotta unlock the Aetherite. That's like the most important shit ever. I said I was going to 8th rate first, I just walked right past it. What the hell am I doing? God, it never ends, does it? Oh, what can I do for you? We brought the samples from Charlie and Hamlet, Series 110. The crates are by the entrance. Ah, thank you. I'd expected one of my colleagues, but we are dreadfully short-handed. Just a moment. You're Fulchnell's children, are you not? Alphino and Alize, at your service. You're well acquainted with father, I take it. Quite. I've been friends with your parents since the days in the studium. I remember you when you were yay-high waddling hither and hither. Clearly, it's been quite some time since we've met. It is good to see you again, wielding your father's nollis, no less. You know her parents when they were young? What were they like? Pray spare no detail. I would like nothing more to regale you. Alas, I am meant to be in charge here, and the realms of paperwork want for submission. We can help with that, in exchange for the sort of stories our parents would never willingly divulge, of course. Oh, Alize wants blackmail. Very well then. There happen to be 3 sets of documents in need of delivery. How about you each take one? Wait right there. You'll find a forum representative waiting to collect these near the southernmost structure. I hope I haven't kept her waiting too long. Never mind Alphino and Alize. I'm certain they will be back soon enough. Southernmost structure? What structure? The water tower? Oh. Hello? Are you not one of the Scions of the 7th Dawn? I thought you were meant to be working in the Aether Burner. Theopolin's paperwork. I was beginning to worry he had misplaced his quill. I appreciate your help in seeking these documents in my hands at last. As for your other task, pray keep this between us, but I sincerely hope you Scions succeed. The Exodus is, without a doubt, the most monumental undertaking in the history of the Forum, so we must be circumspect in all respects. Risk is a privilege we cannot afford ourselves. At its heart, however, Charlian has ever been a nation of the curious. It would be a tragedy indeed if we were the ones to stymie your pursuit of truth. Quick and efficient. I dare say you have a talent for this work. The twins' papers only need to be delivered to elsewhere in the facility, so they should be returning at any moment. We return, not with a scrap of paperwork remaining on our persons, you will note. But you both have my thanks, and my apologies for sending you on an errand far below your ambitions. Why, even as a babe, you struggled out your swaddling clothes and... That is quite enough of that. Thank you. It was compromising stories of her parents that we asked to hear, to reiterate. Of course, of course. I've known your father for so long. I must have something, Well, as you know, part of why the Levier name garners such respect in Charlian is your family's storied history. You two can trace your ancestry directly to those who came abroad Youngcrump's hope, the lineage few can claim. I never thought about it much myself. It's not as though our forebears founded our nation. They were simply there when it happened. Nevertheless, it has traditionally been a point of pride. 'Tis why Youngcrump's pronouncement, renounce the ways of war and pursue enlightenment through knowledge and reason, has ever been our family's creed. Until your grandfather's time, aye. Archon Louis Soir looked not to Youngcup's words, but his deeds. He asserted, in defiance of his peers, that choosing to save the great and the small from rising tides was a true mark of our founder's virtue. Perhaps it was due to his expertise, his knowledge of ancient prophecy and the fall of civilizations, that led him to conclude that to eschew conflict at every turn was to consign mankind to his doom. There will ever be conflict and calamity will follow, thus... To ignore the plight of those who might conceivably save is not wisdom, it is indolence. You remember his words well, indeed. Archon Louis Soir lived by that personal creed, and used that means at his disposal to bring succor to those in need, Charlian or no. No one loved and admired your grandfather more than his son. Yet Fourchenault could not reconcile Louis Soir's deeds with the philosophy of his forebears and his peers, a philosophy he believed in so fervently, yet made a pariah of his father. Fourchenault agonized over this contradiction for much of his life. God's father. A son may carry his father's blood, but his choices are his own to bear. Is it not always thus? Gods know Fourchenault is a cranky old goat, so I'm sure you'll bet heads often enough. Yet even so, he must know that you're constantly in his thoughts, every moment of every day, and that is not an exaggeration in the slightest. You should have seen him when you were born. Barely recognizable he was, with a kind of dumbfounded grin in that scene since he first took a fancy to your mother. He was practically skipping when he told me the news. Take my word for it, he loves you to an embarrassing degree. Too bad he turned out to be a terrible dad. But he's also frustratingly single-minded. Once he's decided that a given action is for the best, he'll stay the course no matter who or what opposes him. A profoundly annoying habit when you're on the other end of it, I'm sure you will agree. I'll say. Thank you for your insight. When we next meet our parents, I shall mention that we spoke. Try not to get me in too much trouble now. I need the forum on my side. Speaking of which, I ought to be getting back to work. I have to make sure those specimens you brought make it to the proper places, or the cranky old goat will have my hide. We can speak again later. Hail, you three. Graha! Surely Coca-Cola hasn't driven you out of the forge already. For better or for worse, no. However, he has a set of tasks that requires more than a single pair of hands, and here you are. I could use at least one of you, but I would not object to more. Unfortunately, Alize and I have prior commitments, and we have delayed too long as it is. What about you, Nur? Can you spare the time? Always. Perfect. This shouldn't take too long. In the event that our, and I quote, promised heap of adamantite falls right out of the bloody sky and into my lap, Master Coca-Cola wishes to be ready to put out the proverbial hammer to anvil at the moment's notice. To fabricate these parts, however, he needs the flames of Coca-Cola's forge to burn hotter. He sent me to increase the amount of ether being funneled into his furnaces. The flow of higher expected ether in Labyrinthos is regulated by an elemental reactor south of here, to which I have borrowed the key. The adjustment will require 2 people to carry out safely, but I can explain the process when you arrive. This is where we part then. We'll see you in Charlie and Hamlet once the adamantite arrives, if not before. This way then. Wait, gotta help Guaha with something too. We're just helping everybody around. I think the only person we haven't really helped out is Y'shtola and Thancred. Though Thancred was like cutely in the corner during Urianger's scene, just like, oh, I'm so proud of my husband. You know, the usual. The reactor is housed within this facility. I'll be the one to go inside and adjust the fire aether output. When I do, a rather large amount of water-respected ether will issue from the vents at the top. I expect this to attract at least a few elementals, which would both rather not be drawn to the reactor itself, trust me. Can I ask that you put down any of that draw too near? They'll pose you a little trouble, I'm sure. Wait here if you would. Alright, let's wait for the elementals to come out. Wait for more? Did everything go smoothly out here? Yeah. I thought as much. No major complications to speak of inside either. And the water ether appears to be venting properly. I expect the coal could have seen the difference in his forge flames by the time I return. Since I have you, there's another matter I thought to discuss with you. Nothing terribly important, but merely something I've been considering. Part of this I shared with everyone, yet you, and only you, have been to Elpis. As we have established, refined adamantite is the product of Alag, of the Empire's twilight years in fact. It was a material in which saw much use as part of the Allagan's effort to extend beyond the bounds of this world, Dalamud of course being the most prominent. Of those who would push further, expand Alag's empire to encompass the heavens and stars above, perhaps among the greatest was this infamous technologist, Amon. Don't talk about him anymore. He's dead. Amon wanted to travel the Sea of Stars? He did. He must have had his own reasons, however, for there is no evidence to suggest that he retained memories of his past as ancient. He only joined the Ascians once the Empire was all but dust, as you know. If not his memory, though, what drove him to pursue the idea of with such fervor? This may seem far-fetched, but what if souls, like minds, have a personality, so to speak, a natural disposition towards which they are inclined? We know with relative certainty that it was a gross decadence and inexorable decline of Alag that moved Amon to resurrect Emperor Zandi. The Empire's people spoke lightly of death and destruction, experimenting on those they deemed beneath them to fill the emptiness in their hearts. In facilitating Zandi's return, Amon proved these languid souls with the means to free themselves from the mire of their own indolence. Or would have, had not Zandi been convinced by his own death that life itself was meaningless. Amon's desire for his countrymen to conquer the heavens could only be a means to the same end, to instill the people with a new purpose. Like Hermes before him, Amon was appalled by how those around him lived, but could never bring himself to believe those lives were devoid of meaning. And both of them sought the meaning, that hope, in the distant stars. Such is my theory, anyway. Ultimately, it is the consequences of their actions which matter, their motives are of no moment, and yet... To reach those stars on wings of adamantite, to travel to the ends of creation and beyond, promise of hope everlasting, that much I do understand. But enough musing for now. Why don't we see how Kukul's getting on? We make the rest of the way across the circle. The big-ass circle that we're in. Ascali! Okay, thank you for the stretch. And the Koopos, I'll do that afterwards, and the hydrate too. Alright. Three, two, one, let's go, Kapow. I think we're approaching a cutscene I really like, Kapow. I think we're getting there, Kapow. And if you know why I like this cutscene so much, Kapow. Kapow. Aether current. Kapow. 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 Kupo. Whew, Kupo. I can feel those flames ablazing from here, Kupo. Glad you find someone capable, Graha, but there's not much left for you to do, Kupo. Unless you can conjure up that refined animintite any faster, Kupo. I do trust you to deliver on your promise, I do, Kupo. Yeah, only... Kupo is scrolling down something, Kupo. I hate waiting, Kupo. I want that animantite and I want it now, Kupo. Well, we share your impatience, I assure you, Kupo. Is there truly nothing else we can assist in the meantime, Kupo? I wish, Kupo. This city about's unbearable, Kupo. Pity the Forum frowns on recreational explosions, Kupo. Well, so long as they can't prove it was premeditated, Kupo, get you gone, a mistake to make, Kupo. In that case, I suppose we should go down and return the key to the reactor, Kupo. I'll have one more look to ensure that nothing has gone wrong, Kupo, unintentionally or otherwise, Kupo. I'm certain that there are better uses for your time, however, Kupo. I'll join you in the Charlie and Hammett anon, Kupo. Like, Nicole just wants to blow shit up, Kupo. I love that. Kupo. If you wait here, your companions are bound to turn up sooner or later, Kupo. Small wonder why I vibe with them, Kupo. I know you're exploding all the time, Kupo. Await your companions, Kupo? Yeah, Kupo.
All set, I take it?
We finished what we could. Delivered supplies, tracked down escaped animals. Trivial tasks as they may be.
That's enough, don't you think? If there was anything more important still undone, that would be a problem in itself.
The vessel is essentially ready for departure. All that remains is to load the final batch of supplies and see everyone on board. Once we've readied the ether burner, that is.
Ah, had a feeling we might find you all here.
Our consultations with the Loperites, too, have run their course. Pleased I am to say that our researchers' concerns have, for the most part, been allayed, though some insist on making adjustments to the very end. For their part, Livingway and her peers have graciously offered to stay and keep the people company, lest any lingering queries go unanswered.
All that remains is to wait for the refined adamantite.
Alphino, are you there? It's me, Cryo. Your special delivery has arrived. Round up everyone and come to the harbor at once.
Speak of the devil. Let us go at once.
It's time for the harbor! It's time for the harbor! Kupo. Oh. Save the redeem, Kupo.
Forgive the intrusion, Master Fortuner. I bring urgent news. A great commotion has broken out in Scholar's Harbor. Your presence is requested with all speed.
Now, where might this delivery be? Oh.
Oh. I never did Evilus. Why are you there?
I'm sure it's very important, but we cannot accept these without the proper
I never did
permits.
Ivalice. Why is it there?
By the 12. Surely, these can't all be.
The fuck? There he is!
Bleeding hellfire! They're bringing them by sea and by air. Oh.
It's my man! My man came and helped.
And more on the way. Got your adamantite right here. A bigger haul than any of these sorry bastards brought, and that's no lie.
I have a legitimate question though. Why the fuck is the Ivalice ship there? I never did it on this character. Why is it there? Why?
Yes, because you were charged with seeing the shipments from Gridania and Uldar here, along with your own. Give credit where credit is due.
Sounds like the sorry whingy of a sore loser. And a hypocrite to boot. Ain't no way a scrawny whelp like you took a dozen steps inside a Dalamud shard.
I'll have you know I went all the way to the entrance. Furthermore, 'twas my contacts that enabled us to enlist the cooperation of the Sky Pirates.
Immediately, Amenelayan has become one of my favorite characters for enlisting the help of the Sky Pirates. He's so brave. Go off, King.
Left you outside so you wouldn't get anyone killed, did they? Well then, credit where credit's due. You did a right fine job sitting on your ass.
Take that back.
Make me.
I will not stoop to your level.
My, what a grand welcome party. Hancock and Soroban. We come bearing relics both sacred and Allagan, as well as a few other gifts that may be of help, to be presented with best wishes from the Eastern Alliance.
I myself have come with a sacred relic of the Kojin. Upon learning of your need, Bunchin bade me deliver it on behalf of the Blue with all haste. Fearing I could not swim here with the necessary speed, however, I thought to beg our Confederate allies for aid. To my delight, Hancock was already preparing for departure at the selfsame port, and had space for additional cargo.
We did, of course, need quite the impressive vessel to get it all here in time.
Yeah, how'd you get that?
That is all wonderful to hear, but what of the extraordinary cost? I shudder to think of the ransom we must pay for such a bounty.
Fret not for your coin purse, young Alphino. Lord Lolorito looks ever towards the profits of the future, and thus the East Aldenard Trading Company went to some lengths to reduce the financial liability. And since the Scions funded the entire venture, not a gill need be rendered up in compensation. Everything is already yours.
Huh?
We funded the venture? When?
Don't let the name fool you. This coin keeper knows a thing or two about spending. When it comes to capital investiture, a sprinkling of gil here and there will not do. You need enough savings to make waves when it really counts, which is why frugality is paramount.
There it is. It's the final boss of Final Fantasy, Taru.
We also have the benefit of a generous patron. Generous being rather an understatement.
A patron?
She has supported us from the shadows since the very founding of the Scions. We even had coffers to fill.
Best mother. MILF, MILF, MILF. Yeah, that's fucking right. That's fucking right, douchebag.
I remain, of course, an entirely neutral party. I simply thought our family's coffers were needlessly full. We can hardly take them with us on your teeny-tiny toy boat, now can we? And would be ashamed to leave all that hard-earned wealth unspent. Waste not.
Heh. Twins, you want a new dad? I'll be your new dad. Emiliance, you want a new husband? I'll be your new husband.
However did you manage so much in so short a time, though? We expected word to reach only a fraction of our allies.
Did I not tell you I have my ways?
Erenville, you were involved too.
Someone get Val. Aaron Val's on the
I received a
screen.
letter from Cryo after we parted ways in Labyrinthus. She explained what the Scions were trying to accomplish, and why you might soon require the services of the Gleaners, spread across the world as we are. I pray you do not interpret this as a betrayal of Charlie. I accept that the Forum's aim in pushing us to our limits was to preserve what knowledge we have, and I bear you no ill will for it. Yet, in collecting that knowledge, what I came to appreciate most about our star is that there remains so much we do not know. That is why I chose to help the Scions, to combat the obliteration of those countless, undiscovered wonders. I held no illusions that they would be less demanding taskmasters. Though, rest assured, if I had, I would have been sorely disappointed.
Who's MILF, but they're the best. They are the best MILF.
To make a long story short, the whole of the guild ship cooperated to ensure your call was heard far and wide.
Sid!
What's this about a ship that can fly to the moon? And why didn't you mention it sooner? The one time you don't beg my aid, your problem's a bloody ship that can fly to the moon.
It's Hoary Boulder, too.
Sid, you brought the team. Of course. Garland Ironworks' finest. You need only point us towards my new favorite ship.
As you like us not suspect, we've also brought adamantite for Mordona's Dalamud shard.
Thank you, Hoary Boulder.
I admit to some consternation upon first receiving Kryle's message. So few Scions remain at the Rising Stones now. Far too few for such an expedition.
Yeah, where's the goon squad? Please, we need the whole squad here.
However, the Gleaners were able to secure us reinforcements. Idleshire's treasure hunters, not least among them. I know. How the Gobbyflock fought. Slowfix's gratitude for the safe return of his daughter has not waned, and he gathered his kin to our side with an astounding quickness. The clash between their machina and the Allagan defences was a sight to behold. I wager even you would have been impressed by the magnitude of the Gobbyboons.
Fascinating as all this is, I fail to see how it explains your presence here. Does Razat Han not have more pressing concerns?
We do. Yet averting the final days would be the most expedient solution. That, and I am indebted to you. Though they chose to take their leave of Thavnair, those you saved in Galimund remain my people. My gratitude is beyond words. 'Tis appropriate that I aid you in kind. If in the doing we bring salvation to others of this star, so much the better. You will recall that I spoke of my father, Midgard Sommer, and his journey across the great expanse. As he traveled betwixt the stars, his resplendent scales drank of the ether in those nigh empty surrounds, and imparted to him the strength to persevere. Thinking they might further your cause, I called out to my kin for consent. Ajdaya's answer was silence, as ever. Tiamat and Chris-Velgre, however, responded favorably to the suggestion. My sire, too, stirred from his slumber long enough to speak and say, "Very well. Thus have I brought you his own worm scales. Fit them to your purpose, and seek a worthier fate for us all.
You'd be hard-pressed to find someone else so familiar with the unique properties of dragon scales. So I invited myself in.
Yay, Nadana. Love you.
Look at me, this is so unbelievable. I've gone right back round to believing it again. Forget a 6% gain in efficiency. With all these goodies, we could get 7, no, 10, no, 14 bleeding percent. Think of how far we could go. What we could do with that much power. What we could blow up.
If Kokol is duly convinced, then it must be true. In which case, the Scion's end of the bargain has been fulfilled. Would you not agree?
Okay. Stop being a terrible father for once. Cautional.
Yes, Father?
I know not what you seek of Hydaelyn, nor for what purpose you would take command of our ship. Yet this much is certain. To do so will be to dictate the fate of this star and the lives upon it, the lives of each and every creature, in their magnitude and their fragility. Do you understand? And are you prepared?
We have seen and we have felt how much each life shapes this world. And so we are determined to abandon none. We understand what is at stake, and we are prepared to bear this burden.
Then I will bear it with you. I beg you, share your struggles with me. As family.
Nah, I don't forgive you. I'm still their new father. Like, there's no take backsies, sir.
You grasped my fingers with such tiny hands the day you were born. I thought my heart might burst. It was love and happiness beyond expression. Overwhelming. And a conviction so powerful that I trembled with something close to rage. I had heard the final days foretold. I swore to myself then and there that I would not let them steal your futures.
Yeah, kick him, Alphino. Do it.
The great exodus would succeed. Must succeed. No sacrifice or sin was worse than the alternative.
Okay, but dude, you like disinherited them and basically made it so they probably would not end up on the ship? Just because they disagreed with you? Wow.
If anything gave me pause, 'twas mine own father. The Archon Louisoix openly decried Charlian's policies. A perspective which I regarded with increasing disdain as I grew older. Yet even as part of me thought him a fool. Perhaps I also hoped that he, of all people, would devise a brilliant means to save my children. A naive hope, but stubborn enough that I could never bring myself to keep you apart. No, that was his doing. When he perished at Cartano, as we pulled that twisted slab of Dalamud from the sea, I remembered the warmth of your newborn touch. Chastened, I vowed never again to suffer any interference in my mission to protect you. no matter that you yourselves wished otherwise. Detest me, fight me tooth and nail, I would suffer it, and more, and be satisfied so long as I could force you onto the ship. I was wrong. You two have grown so much stronger and so much wiser than I dared dream. You have earned the right to walk your own path, and already begun to do so.
Good. Because there are things we care about, and people we love, and none of them is replaceable. Not a one.
It cannot have been an easy journey for you to have come so far.
We shall be glad to acquaint you with the finer details someday, once this danger has passed. All that we have seen and heard, that we have felt and learned in our travels. Ours is not a kind world, but it is beautiful. Always.
Oh no. Are you quite sure that's wise? After all, someone turns pale and flees the room when he sees so much as an envelope containing word of your adventures. Whatever will happen if he learns what you were really up to?
Millions.
Yeah, small Ellison.
Though I have wronged my children most gravely, I owe you an apology as well.
Uh-huh.
I assumed that it was the Scion's influence that made them so keen to charge headlong into danger. Yours, in particular.
Yeah.
I see now that said influence instead brought them together with the many fine people gathered here today. In which case, I hope you continue to guide them.
If we've finished loitering about the harbor, might I suggest we put our plans into motion? People are beginning to look confused.
Perhaps you can spare a few words ere they resume the tedious lugging of cargo. You have no small number of friends and admirers here after all.
Oh god, Leiford's in the crowd? Leiford's here. Show me Leiford, you cowards. Bring him back. Drag him back on the screen. Our moments of triumph is close at hand. And look at Cryle. But she's not Leiford.
Your assistance is appreciated. Now, in an orderly fashion, if you please.
Look at Leiford with me, please. Anyway, no more Leiford for the entire rest of the adventure. We finally managed to clear the harbor, which means the rest is in the engineer's capable hands. Meanwhile, Father has issued us an invitation. As was agreed, he will reveal the means by which Hydaelyn may be contacted. We are to meet him at the Euphoria when we are ready. Given the vital knowledge he holds, I suggest we leave without delay. It transpires, however, the Form's method of speaking with her is not without risks. I am curious to see what those might entail, but regardless, be warned. Most of those who arrived with the Adamantite have offered to stay and see to any remaining tasks that need doing. The Form has already asked for my assistance in overseeing the process, so you needn't worry about a thing. Thank you, Tatar. We're off to Euphoria then. Alright, let's go. There, I've already shown the others inside. You will want to speak with Clariane. Here's the key to the lift that can send you down with me. After me. Yeah, I don't want to go with you. We're now rivals in love for your wife. Alright, down to the final level of Labyrinthos. From here, we proceed to the heart of Labyrinthos, and its most closely guarded secret, Thalmazen. It marks the beginning and the end of our efforts, whence we delivered to seek audience with the star, and whence we will embark on our journey to the heavens. Your wife, on the other hand. This way, if you please. Alright, so this is very ominous. Oh, fuck. Whoa. Whoa, they built a fucking spaceship. It's the teeny tiny toy boat. It's so teeny tiny. I bid you welcome to the Thalmazen. Direct your attention towards the center to behold the ark over which we have long labored. As you can see, it was designed as a medium-sized craft, the better to reduce fuel consumption. Miniaturizing magics have been applied to its interior to ensure that the thrust-to-weight ratio does not place too great of a limitation on freight capacity. It's just a Gundam model for rabbits. It's a teeny tiny toy boat. The Aether Burner, as you know, has been removed for further modification, but we shall reattach it soon enough. I have received word that Kokol and several of your allies are working on it with an intense fervor. They are sure to see it done. It was by their expertise that many a prior disaster was averted. If anything, I fear they will not afford us much time for speaking with Hydaelyn ere they finish. Point taken. Let us move on. I must warn you again, however, that even with the benefit of our device, to treat with her is not a simple feat. You got a giant toy boat. I have done what I can to impress upon you the gravity of what lies ahead. Are you prepared? Yeah! We make for the lift at the center of the chamber. Come. Look at that teeny tiny toy boat. It's so small. And people say Solution 9 is like not realistic. Like, look at this fucking thing. It looks so cool though. I like the ship design. As you know, alongside our physical world exists the ethereal plane, what we refer to as the ethereal sea. At the heart of the star, the physical and ethereal are one and the same. Thus, the deeper we go, the easier it becomes to pass between said planes. We utilize this principle in constructing the anti-tower, and once more here in Thalmazen. No sooner did the Forum decide that an exodus from the star would be necessary than it began work on this facility. Our work culminated in a device that allowed us to peer deeper into the ethereal sea than ever before, in search of Hydaelyn's ever fainter echoes. The Elitoscope. and you communicate with her through this device. For a time, yes, but since the 7th umbral calamity, it has been rare to hear even a whisper. So if you wish to reach her, you must journey closer to the center of our star than we have ever dared, beyond the kaleidoscope. Even so, I make no guarantee that you will find her, nor for your safety, not so deep in the ethereal sea. We understand, but if we are to deliver this world, we have no choice but to try. I know, I only wish we could do more than observe your progress from afar. The kaleidoscope's ocular lens, by which we may peer into the ethereal sea without placing ourselves at hazard, lies above us, though we can watch through it we can watch and guide you. In those swirling depths, there are pockets of ether so dense and turbulent that they can unravel one's soul. If we determine that you are at risk of coming into contact with such a pocket, we will recall you with teleportation magics. To that end, it would be best if one familiar with the composition of your souls remained here to assist with assessing such risk. Otherwise, there is an increased probability that we will extract you too early or too late. Please allow me. I have thought about this much, and in truth, I do not believe I am fit to join you in the trials ahead. The events at the Tower of Babel drained me, yes, but even before that, your capabilities far outstripped my own. After all, I'm not a Pictomancer yet. This is no time to have a weak link in our vanguard, no matter how much she may wish it otherwise. If I insist in the matter that Master Fulchinal has laid out, however, I may still be of use. Will you trust me to do so? I can think of none I trust more, compared to all the effort you put into keeping us alive while our souls were in the first, preventing us from dissolving in the ether on a single expedition ought to pose no challenge at all. And even if we did, I expect you would hunt us down and restore us to help somehow. You flatter me, but rest assured that I'll be keeping a close eye on all of you. There's one more thing. Those ages past referred to the ethereal sea as the underworld, our final resting place. In its embrace is a memory washed away, leaving only the purity of one's soul, or so we believed. Yet what of those memories? Do you think to ask what becomes of them, cast adrift in the ethereal tides? Some theorize that they may linger for some time, those associated with strong sentiment in particular. Though in those depths, memories of the departed may even coalesce around you, for hatred or for love. Thus I do caution you to be wary, but also have faith. Remember those who did gladly extend a hand to you, that they may lift you up once more. Alright, kaleidoscope. First, before we go in, I am gonna take like a short 2-minute break before we get into it, just because it'll be a little bit. So, just a second. Alright. Yeah, tea time. Not really, though. Alright. Alright, let's go in. Wooba, thank you, thank you. You lied? I would, and I'd do it again. That's right, people lie on the internet. Alright, so we are going with NPCs. We are going with Urianger and Asinian.
Right then.
So again, the dad crew is coming with us. Let's go.
All seems in order with the lens, and I trust you can hear me. Those things are pure malcontent, the residue of lives unfulfilled.
Together we shall overcome this.
Yeah, I bought the tummy ache survivors as your trust group. I did! Our tummies was so bad. Like, I always tend to bring this group with me to trust parties. Just because, like, you know, we've lived through it together. We have the worst pain imaginable. Oh god, not Ilbert. Sloppy. Sloppy. Thank you for the Astarian. I need him in this trying time. I'm fighting somebody really sloppy. Anytime Queen, thank you. It's him, it's Mr. Sloppy. Remember, a principled scion takes form. There doth word suffice. Ah. Yeah, the scion, whichever scion you take is like going to react to certain things. Alright, who's up first? Alright, Livia. I'm just following Urianger. I know he's gonna keep you safe.
Together we shall overcome this. This will hurt.
Urianger, keep me safe, keep me safe.
Make ready.
Okay, I guess Justinian's taking that one. Oh, shit, aiming. Perfect.
Follow the flow of ether. It will guide you.
Finally, I finally get some aiming gear from Dungos.
The ether is too dense. Ah, I'm losing you.
It's too dense. No.
Be gone!
This will hurt.
Be gone!
There's somebody nice there. Wonder who it is. The Valiant Archon. Oh. Urianger.
This will hurt.
Ah. It's Ashafont. Ah. Ashafont helped us.
Make ready!
You underestimate me!
My turn.
Okay, who we fighting next? I think I remember who it is. It's the guy from the dungeon we used to make fun of. Or maybe, I forget. One of those freaky little Garleans.
Together we shall overcome this. ready!
Of course, he would take it. Alright, one more boss left of this dungeon. Who could it be? Surely could it be someone we fought two other times in this expansion? Surely not. Minfilia. You have it right there. It's me who will be like, oh no! Golly, were you in this expansion this whole time? You never told me that. The secret. Oh god! You kept it very hidden then. I've had this expansion for like 2 years now. Under NDA, they're gonna kill me. No, Square Enix would do that.
This will hurt.
Oh, sweet treasure. Ranger better healer than Donald Duck. He sure is. Good night, Tomochi. Have a good night. Osmanphilia. Okay, get that chest. Like, y'all can handle that, right? Right? Hey, who's our final boss? Who could it be? Not you again.
Is as far as you go. Oblivion beckons!
That's right, we fight. Fandango was a boss for 3 times in this fucking expansion. Every time I encountered a new Fandango, I'm just like, wait a minute, we already beat you.
Many faces have I worn, but this is my favorite by far.
I don't care, Fandango.
Persist in this folly no longer. This will hurt. The stage is set.
You don't want to be like this.
Thank you for the you don't want to be like this. I don't want to be like this. Yeah, this fight literally is meaningless. We already beat him.
The curtains rise for the main attraction.
Oriange, save me. Oh, hi, Shiva.
What a boorish audience you are! You underestimate me! You underestimate me! You underestimate me!
Me strangling the life out of Amon. Yeah, I'm strangling the life out of Fandango, who is Amon. Hate this guy. Yeah, it killed him. Third time, final time. Third time's the charm, I guess.
Lies! All lies!
Yeah, I'm stealing his hat, by the way, right now.
Your dreams, your hopes, your futures, delusions and lies!
He's a little bitch, he fled. Never darken our doorstep again. He's out. Added this house. Add this house. Oh, they gave me a double choker. Dang it. No, he's coming back. We killed you 3 times. Come on. Like, I'll steal his drip, that's it.
My very essence begins to wane. Sweet, sweet agony.
Okay, I don't care though. Consider that. Get a therapist. I'm not your therapist.
Leave this to her.
I just slowly take my gun back out.
Come to deal the coup de grace.
Yes.
Good.
Watching you struggle against the inevitable is bad comedy. Erase me from existence, soul and all.
Have you any memories of Meteon? Yeah, be gone.
How would you know that name? Then it was you. In Elpis. With Emmett Selk. The final pieces fall into place. In my halcyon days, as the mortal Ammon, I was haunted by a dream. Night after night, the faceless multitude, the voiceless cries, shards of shattered memories. But slowly, the fog began to clear. This was Elpis. And I was Hermes. Recurring though it was, I paid this dream little heed. It was only when I was granted the seat and memories of Fandaniel that I knew these visions to be true. They were the memories of Hermes that he himself erased using the power of Kairos. Or so he thought. In his attempt to burn away the events of that fateful day, he succeeded only in searing them more deeply into his soul. My soul. Death failed to expunge them. No matter how many times it came. Rebirth after rebirth, from one Fandaniel to the next. I wonder, is Emmett Selk adrift somewhere in this ethereal sea? In defeat, finally remembering your time together in Elpis?
I hope he does. We kissed a lot.
How it must gall him to be entrusted with knowledge of the final days, only to be rendered powerless to act upon it. So many lifetimes dedicated to restoring his beloved Amaron in blissful ignorance. Oh, folly.
Well, have a good night, Necros. Hope you have a good sleep.
But make no mistake. My life as Hermes is not the reason I invited the world's end. I have lived. I have struggled. I have dredged the very depths of despair. And in the detritus of existence, I found the truth. I served a great ruler, powerful beyond measure. The world his dominion. Yet even he and his vast empire were destined to fall, to become one with oblivion. At the end of life's journey lies only death. So I ask you, why live at all? We betray, we torment, we murder. We are wicked, spiteful creatures, without exception. If life is so sacred, so precious, why fill it with such misery? Man wallows in a hell of his own making without purpose or meaning. To live is to suffer, and I would end that suffering by my own hand. It matters not if it flies in the face of all believed right and just. Death is the only solution! That is my truth. My answer to the question. And yet, Even as the words pass my lips, I am filled with doubt. Has my search reached its end?
Antivirus alert.
Oh my god, hi
Your
Ferris!
PC is absolutely fucked.
Thank you for the
Good
raid! Get out of here if you want any, if you don't want Final Fantasy XIV spoilers. We're in like heavy spoiler territory. Ferret raid message welcome. Welcome everybody. Hi everybody, welcome to Spoiler Town. If you don't want
to fill your dark soul with light.
That one was so fucking fitting to the scene check.
Is this the answer I was hoping for?
The lamentations of the damned.
Let me give you a quick shout out.
See your conviction falter at the last. Van Damme, still clinging to existence, I see.
Also, thank you so much. Hi everybody, my name is Nur. I'm a computer virus VTuber. Currently we are playing through Final Fantasy XIV Endwalker. We are in the level 89 quest zones. We are like really close to the end of the expansion. So if you do not want to be spoiled, like please stop watching. Like I do not like take offense at any of that. Like please, I don't want to spoil your Final Fantasy adventure. But thank you so much for the raid. If you need to take a break, put your feet up, relax, get some food, get some water, go ahead. We'll be going for a little bit longer.
You who champion death so fervently, unwilling to accept your own, refusing to be purified and swept into the sea of souls. As do I. We prisoners to men, watching as the world turns. Though unlike me, you will be spared the ignominy of having your corpse made a puppet, dancing to another's
You
tune.
look pretty real. Thank you, Dulcet.
Is that Asahi?
Okay, guys, get ready for the only scene that I like Asahi in. I hate this man everywhere else, but I love him here. And then there's this guy.
Very astute, but let me be clear. I have not come to consort with the likes of you. Nor have I come to bemoan the state of the world following my untimely demise. In fact, I delight in mankind's downfall and the anguish it brings the savior of the savages. If I played some small part in the chaos, all the better. Not that I was in any position to resist. But to be made accomplice to the betrayal of Lord Xenos.
Like, I hate Asahi, but man, he sticks to his beliefs. He's
I would
the ultimate
die
simp.
1,000 deaths to exact my vengeance. Now you are at my mercy. I shall drag us both into oblivion, and you will never see the fulfillment of your magnum opus, even should you be reborn. Your desperate search for answers must start again.
Heh. I have nothing to say here. Being stuck with Fandango is a true hell. They deserve each other. I hate them both. Heh, bye. You go off, king. You're only a king here. Don't talk to me otherwise.
Don't try to follow me. I had more of you people than I could stomach in life. Never mind in death.
Same here, Asahi. Get out of here. Hate you, king.
Likewise. I pray we do not meet again.
You had better hope not.
Thank God. Now, for real this time, Fandango's gone. And for real, Asahi is now gone. Perfect. This can only go up from here.
Come. Hydaelyn is waiting.
Let's stay for the 645, the sleepy bitch disease. No, go Eve if you need to. This has gotten a little later than I was anticipating, but there's always a VOD. Always a VOD no matter what. Hi Shell, how you doing? Hope you're fantastic on.
Brave travelers, I welcome you.
Yeah, go treat the sleepy bitch disease, please. Good night, Azza. You look different. It's been a while since I'm here. Yeah, welcome.
I see. Thou didst journey unto Elpis. And now, the rivers of time converge.
Yeah, Mono Designs love Mom there. She's here.
I know why you have come. Yet I would hear you speak your reasons all the same.
You created the moon to
Mega
deliver
blush.
mankind from the final days. But is that really how it has to end? We do not wish to abandon this world. We want to protect the source and all of its shards.
To flee is but one of two paths. The other leadeth to Meteon, far beyond the stars, where she doth chant creation's requiem. Her domain is formed of dynamis, pure, absolute. Where emotion and memory govern all, ether will avail you naught. Meteon hath gathered the pain and despair of countless stars, and to go unprepared is to go unto your doom.
We'll beat her. We'll win. I swear it. Is what I might have said once. After everything I've seen, all the times I've succumbed to my own anger and fear. I can no longer pretend that courage and faith will be enough. But are we truly so powerless? That our only choice is to flee?
Far from it, my child. Long ago, the inhabitants of myriad stars, many more prosperous than Atheris, sought to free their worlds from life's woes. Sorrow and anger, conflict and hostility, despair, and even death itself. But as Meteon reported, every attempt ended in failure. Darkness abideth within every living being and can never be cast out. Neither reason nor faith can challenge this immutable truth. To live is to suffer. And in suffering, find strength and purpose and hope. As you have done so many times before. Thou dost pursue an impossible dream, yet knowing this, you pursue it nevertheless. And thou hast learned to depend on others as they do thee. Thy yearning for the power to save the powerless hath ever driven thee to greater heights. Thou hast grown strong. Though those closest to thee no longer walketh by thy side, their love remaineth thy guiding light. For duty's sake, thou hast been bound by truths unutterable time and time again. Yet thy heart hath never wavered, as thy companions will attest. In thy pursuit of mysteries great, all thou believest is brought into question. Undaunted, thy thirst for knowledge remaineth unquenched. The fires of hatred that once burned in thy heart burneth
Yeah,
no
she's like
more.
identifying them in real
From
time.
their ashes doth spring the light of love, warm and pure.
Here you go.
As witness to black calamity, thou despaired at man's helplessness. Resolved, thou didst unite a distant world on the brink of collapse. And thou, my champion, when all did seem lost, thou never abandoned hope. For every trial and every foe that did bar thy way, thou hast proven equal to the challenge, drawing courage from the many bonds forged on thy journey. You have all known despair, and though the end approacheth, you walk on, heads held high. Therein lieth your power, the strength to silence the song of oblivion.
Then there is a means to confront her.
Yes, if you should prove yourselves worthy. Hark! Nigh impossible is it to send mortals to the edge of the universe. Should you fail, there will be no second chance. As the will of the star, I ask of you this. Do you possess the fortitude to stand firm when all around you doth crumble? Do you possess the faith to vanquish despair itself? Should you lack the strength to best a supreme deity, I cannot allow you to make the journey. You must leave this star and never return. Prepare yourselves.
Prove ourselves worthy, then. Sounds straightforward enough.
Here's why we love Estinian.
Aye. No room for confusion there.
Yeah, boss fight.
In any case, we've come too far to back down now.
I am of the same mind. What power I have, I shall bring to bear.
The three of you seem to be forgetting who we're up against. It's not every day we battle a divine being of untold power. Well, not quite every day. Do try not to get underfoot. Needless to say, there'll be no margin for error.
Let us hold nothing back. For the people of this world and those beyond the rift.
Alas, the question I posed to thee in Elpis hath remained unanswered these long years. I would hear thy response, warrior of light. Shouldst thou emerge victorious?
Alright, Mommy? Mommy boss battle? Right, Mother Crystal. This is the last thing we're doing tonight. And we can fight with all the Scions. And here we're going with every single scion. Let's go!
The last of my kind shall test thee. Come, prove thy worth. Have you the strength of will to alter man's fate?
Make ready!
A change of arms. May the test continue.
Mix it up.
You underestimate me.
And now this.
Allow me.
Light unyielding.
Hold still.
By blade.
You underestimate me.
Light unyielding.
You underestimate me!
Allow me.
By blade. Crystals of light, to me. Here. The song of creation's end. Feel.
Allow me.
The sorrow of hope's demise. Think. Find your way in the darkness.
Hold still.
shall overcome this.
Follow your light. Or fly, my children, and never look back. Then you are resolved.
You cannot stop us!
This test is far from over. By crystal's light.
Let's give them a show!
Allow me.
Light unyielding. Refulgence eternal.
You underestimate me!
My turn. Allow me. You're mine! Allow me.
We're near or far.
Try and stop me!
We're high or low. By blade.
All or nothing!
Succumb not to fear.
You cannot stop us! Allow me.
You underestimate me!
We're near or far.
You underestimate me! You underestimate me!
unyielding. By blade!
I will not hold back.
You underestimate me.
You underestimate me!
We did it.
At last, man has the strength to.
Yeah, we defeated Mom. It's Mom. I'm gonna take a quick because of like the crystal Eidolon. Real quick. Yeah. It's very good, like a little view of her. I mean, like there's her, but also like big her. The song.
No, this can't be happening.
Though my power is in constant flux, I have always kept a reserve for this very moment. It was a true test of your prowess. You have done well.
Head off to bed. Have a lovely rest of the stream. Yeah, thanks for stopping in, Scully. Hope you have a good night.
There is one thing I must ask. By sundering the world into 14 shards, the ether of all living beings too was divided. This reduction would in theory allow us to more easily interact with Dynamis. Having seen mankind brought to the very precipice of extinction, you wished for us to develop a means to overcome despair. You believed we had the potential, and sundered all creation to see it fulfilled. To deliver us to that swirling maelstrom of Dynamis in which our foe hides, and grant us the power to defeat her once and for all. Is this not true?
It is as thou sayest. 'Twas the trial to which I subjected mankind, and it hath led to untold bloodshed and suffering. There was no kindness.
Late night soft spoken there hit different. What do you mean? It's late here.
When confronted with the almighty Zodiac, my only recourse was rend him and the world asunder, that his power be diminished for a time, And so it came to pass. Now you, my chosen, have surpassed my expectations. Surpassed me. I entrust the fate of the universe unto you. This crystal contains the memory of Meteion's passage through the stars. Deliver it unto the Loporrits. They will guide you to her.
Though they may be capable of crossing great distances, there is a vast difference between traveling to the moon and the furthermost reaches of the great expanse. And unlike Meteion, we cannot simply soar on waves of dynamis to our destination.
Indeed. To make such a journey would require an astronomical amount of ether. But a solution lieth close at hand.
Of course.
Yes, my child. Ever since I became the will of the star, the ether drawn here had slowly crystallized. They who have answered my call know it well. While I have remained hidden, it hath become the embodiment of the planet's will in my place. A faceless, omnipotent force of nature. The Mother Crystal, our final hope. Alas, I can do no more. The fulfillment of this task doth fall to you, my chosen. Now, heed these words. Darkness and light, despair and hope. As goeth one, so goeth the other. Become light, become hope. I have a gift for thee. Come closer. Long have I searched for a means to safeguard the future of this star. Though I knew failure after failure, by recalling thy tales and my promise to thee, I found the strength to carry on. Though the world is ever changing, thy thirst for adventure hath never waned. Thine unshakable resolve never ceases to amaze, to inspire. As a mark of my gratitude, I bestow this final gift. Thou dost possess the crystal of Azum, yes? As Hydaelyn, I reside over the forces of stasis, tranquility, peace. The laws which impart stability to existence itself. I will weave this self-same power into the crystal, granting thee mastery over matter, to give form to the formless. Use it wisely, or it will not last indefinitely. As thou hast seen on thy journey through the ethereal sea, souls are drawn to thee. Mayhap this trait will prove to be a boon rather than a hindrance. It is thy hopes and prayers that enable Azum's invocations and give them life. So keep them close. But pray, remember this. When the way forward is hidden, even from the mind's eye, look not to the invocation, but within yourself. These were the words of the crystal's original bearer. With that, my work is finished. Fulfill our promise. Right the wrongs committed when the world was yet whole. Silence the song of oblivion. Teach her a brighter melody. Show her our journey is far from over.
We'll find our way, Vana.
Of this, I have no doubt. For yours is a light brilliant beyond measure. Long after I have gone, though not even my soul remaineth, my love will be with you forever, my dearest children.
We just somehow end up back up here. Oh, hope you have a good food show. I was resolving the quest before we end tonight. I'm glad to see you well. Though we could roughly place your souls deep as you went, we could neither see nor hear you. The fluctuations in your aether near the end gave me quite a fright. What in the world happened? We killed Hydaelyn. We killed Hydaelyn. We killed Mother. We killed Mommy. And it was a really good scene. You mean Hydaelyn is... No, there's no time to feel our feelings. We must carry out Hydaelyn's will without delay. We'll find Meteion if it's the last thing we do. If you wouldn't mind handing over the crystal, that is. The fancy navigator-y one. To the edge of the universe, where it congregates the despair of countless stars, you have determined to see this through. We are. Should words fail us, we will fight to the bitter end. You know it pains you to accept this. Would I need ask nothing more of you? Yet we have only two means of travel to the great expanse, the moon and Charleon's Ark. I am too aware that without both of them there will be no exodus, but I nevertheless beg you to honor the agreement we made. The Forum's decision will be honored. You have earned the right to use the ship as you see fit, and I would not rescind it even if I wanted to. As it happens, I do not, and would do with all within my power to aid your cause. With that settled, I suggest you rest a while. Proving oneself to Hydaelyn is never easy, and despite her unparalleled genius, we'll need a day to make the necessary calculations. You may as well take advantage of it. We can chart a course through the Sea of Stars in a single day? Ye gods! Shall we head above ground for some fresh air then? Perhaps a nap. A nap sounds really good right now. Let's head over to the thing and finish this quest. I've been expecting you. I heard about your foray into the ethereal sea. The students have ventured far and wide, but never so quite as deep as that. Are you expecting any after effects from your prolonged exposure? Nausea, dizziness, hauntings, huh? I fixed this. Well, have a pleasant sleep, and if you do experience any unusual phenomena, please let me know. I shall add it to our records. Alright, retire to the chamber. Once these cutscenes wrap, I will be ending stream. I hope it's not long. I forget how long this one is. But this is where I wanted to end tonight, so this is where we go. 24 more hours. No, I gotta work tomorrow, dude. Thankfully, it's in my slow season, so it's not that bad. Yeah, man. I don't even think there is 24 hours left in this. There's probably 6 hours left in this journey.
There you are. Some time, indeed, yes. For you, at least. Believe me, I'd meant to get some proper sleep. But here we are, drifting along instead. Well, well, you too. And so we remain, to watch and wonder. Yes, indeed. To begin, we first must see the end.
All right. Well, so let me just see. I didn't mean to talk to you, Tataru. I'm so sorry. Okay. So, that's it for me tonight. It was a little longer than I was intending to stream today. But like, as soon as I got to a certain point, I was like, yeah, I gotta finish this tonight or else like, it's gonna be like a weirdly short stream or something. Because I plan on doing Ultima, I mean, the last area all at once. So it's like, if I cut it at a certain point, then be like, oh shit, then I'll have like a really short stream, it'd be awkward, it'd be weird. So I just decided to power through it. Plus I'm up this late anyway, I'm just usually not streaming this late. But anyway, now that we've reached this point, the end of my Final Fantasy XIV grind is gonna be this Friday. That's fun. I've been working on this for over a year. Like a year and 4 months. And it's gonna end on Friday. That's cool. Anyway, so it's probably gonna be starting at like 6:30 p.m. Eastern Standard Time on Friday. I'll probably like post like an official announcement thing, but as a heads up, so I'm gonna try and get together a group of people who will do like a minimum item level run of the final boss of 6.0. So, you know, if you're interested. Yeah. I don't know how long I had my crying toggle on. I just noticed it now. So I've probably been crying this past like a while. But oop, I've been crying. I mean, honestly, these scenes have been very, very good. But, if you play Final Fantasy and have an interest in joining me for a minimum item level run of Final Boss of 6.0, if you know, you know, then just be aware that it's gonna happen. I feel very uncomfortable about committing people. I'm gonna be asking one of my friends to like basically kind of sit around and start organizing the party on my behalf after a certain point. So I might be starting like the discussions in the in open bar, which is where I usually do like my general co-op-y things. But you'll probably hear more about it later. I have to like talk to somebody first and like get the logistics sorted out. But that's my plan. As for the rest of the week, it's basically gonna be the collabs and then the finale of Final Fantasy XIV. So tomorrow at 6 p.m. Eastern Standard Time, it's me and Vel's weekly collab. We're gonna do Divinity Original Sin 2. It's also been 2 weeks since we did it, so I've probably forgotten everything that I need to know about that game. And then Tuesday, it's gonna be Otome Tuesday at 8 p.m. Eastern Standard Time, where we're gonna be probably finishing off the finale of Eel's Route in Cafe Enchanté. And then Wednesday, I'm gonna be playing more in Stars in Time on Matcha's channel, not here. I don't stream here on Wednesdays unless I get canceled. So, anyway, let's see who's online so I can raid them and probably just start wrapping up for myself. What the fuck? Why is this guy online? Why is this guy online? Wait, I think he's also looking for— oh, he's raiding right now. Never mind. Never mind. I was gonna raid Errol, but like I just like popped in. He's immediately just raiding somebody. Okay. He's also like streaming way too late because we're both on the same time zone, I think. So how about there's not a lot of people I know that are online right now. Shit. Let's see. Swoka might be— this is like about the time when she'd end, I think. She usually doesn't go this long, I think. I don't know. You know, we're going to Ducks today. I'm not— like, I could be brave and raid somebody that's like insanely bigger than me, but I'm not feeling it right now. I gotta like duck and run. So I'm gonna go to the Ducks tonight. We're going to Duck. Everything returned to Duck eventually. Anyway, hope you guys have a great rest of your night. Have a good night. Bye.